For over 180 years, the landmark complex of the National Technical University of Athens stands in the center of Athens, a vital reminder of the education of architects and engineers in the modern Greek state. Its central Averov building, which has housed architects throughout its history, was built by architect Lysandros Kaftantzoglu in the beginning of 1862. Known as Polytechnio, and together with another 6 engineering faculties, the school is represented by the Titan god Prometheus, who stole the fire of knowledge from the gods and brought it to humanity as civilization. The central atrium in the center of the neoclassic building has been the heart of pedagogic and social interaction among the members of the Polytechnic community. To this day, this central open courtyard with the black and white marble floors and the open sky above remains the most important space for the education of architect engineers of the National Technical University of Athens. Design studios are conducted within 4 large high-ceiling rooms of the 19th century, a place to spend the day to hold crits and lead conversations from morning to evening. Laboratories and libraries, which house rare and important collections, invite students to conduct research and spend long, quiet hours of study and reflection. More buildings on the back side of the foundation buildings cater administrative functions and office space, as well as spaces where students can work on class design requirements and diploma projects. Educational and administrative support is provided by the school's central secretariat. The workshop for model construction supports a long-standing tradition of the Athens Architectural School, namely the investigation of space with the construction of hands-on working models. More open spaces available to all students facilitate artistic work and large-scale model creation. Today, the School of Architecture consists of 4 departments with distinct areas of expertise, where a multitude of teaching and research staff, training, teaching staff with a specialization, technical laboratory staff, as well as administrative staff employees work. The law provides for a number of laboratories for each department. Some are interdepartmental and aim at facilitating a wider range of educational requirements within the framework of our school. The academic community today consists of about 1,800 bachelor architecture students, 100 Erasmus and Erasmus Mundus students, 212 master's degree students, and 340 doctoral candidates. Teaching staff counts 54 professors and 9 academic staff. The School of Architecture has 26 research laboratories and is presently part of 43 research programs. Architecture and Engineering of the National Technical University of Athens takes its final form in 1917, offering a diverse education for engineers, among them architect engineers. For over 180 years, the landmark complex of the National Technical University occupies central Athens as a hub for knowledge and social transformation. Its main gate on Patision Avenue and the stairs leading to the Averov building have been the theater for major moments in the history of Athens and the whole of Greece. Among the events etched on its long timeline, there are at least two important historical landmarks to shape the future of architecture and society. In 1933, the meeting of the Fourth SIAM, the International Congress of Modern Architecture, gets postponed indefinitely by the Soviets. Then, at the spur of the moment, it gets embraced by Greek modern architects. The Congress took place on the cruise ship Patris II that traveled from Marseille to Athens and back between 29 July and 14 August 1933. The Polytechnic will play a decisive role in hosting Le Corbusier and other participants. The National Technical University hosted most of the workings of the Congress, thanks to the intervention of its rector Nikos Kitsikis. At the same time, the presence of Greek participants in the workings of SIAM-4, such as Thamos Papadakis, Isaac Saportas, and Ioannis Despotopoulos, showed that SIAM-4 was a rather complex event, encompassing various strands of thoughts and actors with different backgrounds and visions. This gathering of frontline architects and town planners in front of the Averov building in August 1933 was a milestone moment for the manifesto of the Charter of Athens. Between East and West, Greece and Athens in particular, they are seen as the ideal place for this ideological pendulum between supporters and opponents of the future city. "40 years later, in November 1973, the students' upheaval is born on the grounds of the Athens Polytechnic. Students will lead the way out of the Greek junta or regime of the colonels, which held Greeks captive since the coup of 1967. Tanks invaded the university grounds on November 17, 1973. A radio station was set up within the premises, keeping Athenians informed of the dramatic developments. The Polytechnic uprising became a symbol of social liberation and political emancipation, paving the way to the shape and meaning of the contemporary Greek Republic. Since this day is an established national commemorative day."
Okay, that's the day of the tanks.
There's something so terrifying about tanks in city streets. Did you ever see a traffic cop with tanks? Oh, they cleared those streets. Tanks made in the USA.
That's the Mercedes, the one that was smashed by the tanks in front of the Polytechnic.
Today, the National Technical University of Athens ranks among the best 100 universities worldwide and the best 30 in Europe. The landmark complex in downtown Athens hosts architect engineers together with some facilities for civil engineers and the Athens School of Fine Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to the Athens gathering of the New European Bauhaus Goes South. I am Riva Lava and I will be hosting today's event, and we are going beautiful, sustainable and together with our partner schools of architecture in Porto, Valencia, Toulouse, Bologna and Zagreb. Today we have the very special joy and honor to hear the first opening and welcoming words to launch this event from our President of the Greek Republic, Mrs. Katerina Sakelaropoulou.
Dear members of the academic community from Southern European countries, dear students, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you at the first event entitled New Bauhaus Goes South, organized by the School of Architecture of the National Technical University of Athens. It has been almost 90 years since the fourth Congress of the Congrès International d'Architecture Moderne, which took place on August 1933 aboard on the cruise ship Patrice, en route from Marseille to Athens and Piraeus. The theme of that Congress was the functional city, and concerned the analysis and healing of cities from living conditions arising due to industrialization and urbanization. The questions that were discussed then were new housing, principles of sun orientation, the role of historic buildings and centers, the modern road and its relation to residents, the size and status of education and recreation spaces. Almost a century separates us from that era, but the problems of the modern city are still thorny, if not more acute. Today, we strive again to make our environment more functional so that it can serve people's everyday life and enhance their quality of life, so that it can fulfill modern needs without compromising the ability of future generations to do the same. The special theme of the New Bauhaus initiative that we welcome today at this meeting focuses on the landscape as a natural and cultural matrix of architecture and habitable space. It celebrates the beauty of our common Southern European civilization and exalts the particularity of the natural Mediterranean environment, which has been blessed by the sun and the sea, by our benign winds, by the rich fauna and flora of the inland and of our islands. Never before has it been so important to protect our European and Mediterranean heritage from climate change. Never before had we realized, as much as we have realized today, how far the environment affects our way of life, our productive activities, the various aspects of our civilization, even the meaning of our existence. Never before had we sought, with so much intensity, in our architectural tradition, answers for happier cities and communities. Respect for beauty, sustainability, cooperation. These are the three key words that shape our common future. I am convinced that our architects, our artists, our thinkers, and more than anyone else, our young people from Southern Europe can design and implement a new, vibrant vision for a more sustainable, greener, more creative life in the decades to come.
How inspiring indeed. Yes, we all care I will give the floor now to our rector, Andreas Boudouvis, to hear his welcome note. Please, Mr. Rector, you need to open your microphone.
Thank you, Riva. Dear colleagues, dear students, dear friends from across Europe, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the National Technical University of Athens, where the stage is set for discussing our shared future in the framework of the new European Bauhaus is going south. I bet that I am the only one in this group who is not an architect, and most likely the only chemical engineer. Having said that, I have to confess that Bauhaus has always been a music to my ears and a beauty to my eyes. Differences in disciplines set aside, South is indeed our base and common ground, and I guess that it was in this context that we felt the heat of last night's Euro game between Italy and Spain. Italy is going north, and chances are good that the trophy will go south on Sunday. Together with the schools of architecture from Porto, Valencia, Toulouse, Bologna, and Zagreb, we have become part of the movement of the new European Bauhaus, striving to lay the groundwork for a better, greener, and happier life for ourselves, our youth, and the generations to come. NTUA, which is the oldest and leading technological university in Greece, has throughout its 185 years long history decisively contributed to the shaping of the environment. All schools, 9 in total, cater to modern society and offer the foundation of knowledge and methods towards a sustainable future. This is our vision and goes along with our main mission to provide advanced higher education of outstanding quality in science and technology to our students. Education at undergraduate and graduate level, as well as research, comprise environmental science and engineering, circular economy, waste valorization, biofuel technology, materials design, smart cities planning, water resources management, renewable energies technology, climate change, all in context with the Green Deal. And the key question in point is how can Bauhaus legacy help us in establishing major changes to respond to the European Green Deal? The Green Deal calls upon joining forces, all the disciplines, architects, chemical engineers, and computer scientists, to name just a few of them. At this time, we are all aware of the threats of climate change, epidemics, pandemics, ever-expanding cities. Furthermore, we understand the cultural link which unites us as European countries, and particularly the countries of the European South, along with the challenges based on the North versus South issues as they pertain to the Eurozone crisis and to other adversities. The topic today, Designing with the Landscape, is aiming at stimulating the discussion on better, more environment-friendly ways to build and to manage our assets. There is no doubt that the Southern European landscape is one of our common, most treasured assets. Our landscapes alone, as they are, nurture social life and community growth. Our climate offers us moderate conditions most of the year and outdoors comfort. Our blue skies, our clear seas are ingredients of a good life. Before I give the floor to the Dean of the School of Architecture, Professor Panagiotis Tounikiotis, I would like to wish you all to enjoy the lectures and discussions that will follow, cherishing and upholding our shared Southern European heritage. I would also like to suggest to those of you from abroad to consider a physical vacation trip to Greece as a possible supplement to this virtual conference. The Greek summer is still young and always exceeds its nominal duration. In any case, stay safe, stay healthy, and let's plan carefully for the new normal in educational and research activities for the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boudovis. I will give the floor to the Dean of the School of Architecture at the National Technical University of Athens now, Professor Panagiotis Tournikiotis.
Thank you, Riva, and welcome to everybody. We are in the south, we are in a warm climate, and we like the light and the air on open spaces here in Athens, as you are doing in Portugal, Spain, Italy. We all remember, our president also said that air, sound, and light was one of the main speeches given here in Technical University of Athens in 1933 by Le Corbusier during the 4th International Congress of Modern Architecture. Air, sound, light. Putting together the same rules, we are producing an amalgam, to speak chemical engineering, an amalgam of materials to make our life environmentally proper to what we are dreaming. The Bauhaus we are referring at was trying to rethink the making of everyday life and the material context of our houses. We should now try to work towards Bauhaus 2, rethink urbanity and the life in between buildings. We have to put together a green and smart city to rethink sustainable mobility, expand sustainable mobility, improve resiliency in our cities. We have to work together towards a new social amalgam of creation and life together in a social environmental understanding of our context. I'm sure that you are going to work properly and fruitfully during this day and the days to come. And I don't want to expand my speech. I'm trying to offer you my time, to discuss and develop what you have already in your plans. Thank you for being here in Athens together with us, and have a nice day, working day.
Thank you, Professor Tournikiotis. I will give you a short outline now of what is to follow. Today we are initiating the dialogue and the exchange with the topic Designing with the Landscape. Just as architecture is shifting from building to landscape, we want to protect and not to injure our earth, our shared habitat. The presentations of our invited speakers will offer a fresh outlook at what innovation, carbon-free, or let's say less polluting and greener architecture could be. Agnes Kouvelas will show us how you can actually make a window really made out of the strong winds of the Aegean, and a whole house which dances with the Bernoulli equation for the flow of gases, so to say, in the discipline of physics, in Santorini. Patricia Guaita unfolds her hands-on experience in the making of architecture and its pedagogy in Ritokve, an experimental approach which refuels the immediacy of material and construction in situ. Buki Babalu Nukaki makes the past tangible. You can touch it. It becomes readable as she deciphers the ancient landscape around the Athenian Acropolis and the Philopapos Hill, and designs a public space there on those treasured grounds. Professor Paula Farinha Marques brings nature and biodiversity back to the city with a series of landscaped parks in Porto. And Anaïs Léger-Smith makes us wonder what kind of architecture, what kind of city let the birds sing and the flowers grow in Toulouse. Not to forget our students from across Southern Europe Carlos Machado Emura from Portugal, Frederica Lecci from Italy, Jana Horvat from Croatia, Juan Gomez Verdu from Spain, Malen Chung from France, and Zoe Chunidou from Greece will take up the debate in the second session right after our keynote speakers. A great many thanks to our young architects who are volunteering here with us today to the hosting of the event, Marianthi Papagelopoulou, Elina Varouksaki, Katerina Ninou, and Haris Tremetousiotis. And before I sign off, let me say how nice it is to have so many women on board today, starting with our own president of the Greek Republic. It just feels that all it takes to care about the planet is to do it the way we care about our own homes. The floor now to Professor João Pedro Javier to get a glimpse of the next new European Bauhaus Goes South event, which is to be hosted in Porto later this year. João, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam President of the Greek Republic, your presence, besides being a great honor, is quite meaningful. It is indeed strong support for this consortium. Thank you so much. Dear Rector of the National Technical University of Athens, dear Dean of the School of Architecture, dear leader of the NEB Goes South Athens event, dear keynote students, colleagues, and attendants. Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for being here. My colleague Riva Lava gave me the floor, or the screen, just to highlight that the Athens event is just the first one of a set of events that will take place in our 6 countries, starting in Greece, then Portugal, Croatia, Italy, Spain, and France. Following today's theme around designing with the landscape, we will discuss the question of housing, framing collectivity, the meiotics of the city, kilometer zero architecture, geo-biosource architecture. After this monthly event, which will continue after the summer, NEB Goes South will conclude with a set of blended intensive programs, architectural design workshops, happening simultaneously in our countries, putting together students and teachers from the 6 architecture schools of this consortium. Along with these thematic discussions and then giving shape to architectural ideas through actual design proposals that will emerge from the workshops, we hope to learn all together how to design and build a more sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful environment, and how education can play a decisive role in supporting the necessary change. Behind me, you can already see the NEB Goes South map colored in purple, which announces the next event that will take place in Porto next September 29. I hope you can go on with us and bring more people to participate. We are willing to discuss the question of housing through the new European Bauhaus lens, directed to the problems that affect in particular our southern countries. We still need to provide a house for everybody, for those without decent housing and for those that are forced to move from other continents, countries, or just inside our territories in economical unfavorable conditions. We must be aware that these migrations will be increasingly related to climate change, and not only to war conflicts around Europe, to which we have to use our skills to attenuate. But at the same time, we must take care of the houses already built and be more demanding in designing those that are still missing. Each house is like a brick that constructs the large building without walls we live in, whether the city or the countryside, or at least a significant part of them. The new European Bauhaus wave is counting on us as architects, along with society, to use our ability to build places for living, giving to them the sense of belonging, safety, comfort, harmony with nature, and incredible beauty, from the single house to the landscape. And landscape is exactly our point of departure for these southern adventures. Thanks to you, Riva, your team, and your School of Architecture. Congratulations on the program you managed to arrange in such a short time, and I'm quite sure that this first event will be a success. Let's do it.
Thank you, João. We will take a very, very, very short break to prepare our keynote speakers. We will be back in a minute or two. Okay, it is time now to move to our first keynote speaker. It is Arlene Courella. She has actually studied in this Polytechnic. She's an architect of the year 1966. And Arlene has her own practice in Athens. She operates in a wide area of applications such as museums, archaeological parks, and private residences. Durability, livability, and energy conservation are the primary requirements of her work and are incorporated through specific manipulations to environmentally friendly design in her buildings. I don't think I need to tell you much more. She will present to us her work with her lecture, Interlocal Design Applied in Santorini.
I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this very important event. I will try to explain and with examples what I mean by interlocal design. Over the years, I have applied to my design a method that I define as interlocal. This diatopic method seeks to harmonize construction with place through design principles with recognized benefits, such as those of ecology. Interlocality or diatopia is a process that reflects the continuity and dialectical negation of locality, its transcendence and transition to a new locality of architectural design. You can see here examples from Iran and Greece. You can see how many common things we have. It does not reject localities, but incorporates them at a higher level. Locality, the quality that renders a product of architecture part of its surroundings, both natural and cultural, derives dynamically from the locus and includes the existing social relations at a particular time. These examples are from Greece and India, and you can see how close they are. We have done a research on how these famous Indian valleys function to treat with the sun and the wind. You see, as the wind goes through them, it exits in a higher velocity, which enables people who are standing behind the parapet to have cooler air. Considering that design is improved by taking into account experience from different localities, I introduced back in 2008 the concept of interlocality as a synthesis of the design principles of different peoples in different localities facing similar problems. Here is an example that we take from an old document. And here you can see in Iran this town that was like this a few years ago, but now it is totally destroyed by earthquake. Interlocality refers to widely accepted design principles as opposed to the concept of design localization. Contrary to international universality, it penetrates localities deriving from their qualities and creates diversity, a quality that today more than ever before we need to preserve and enhance. These examples, one is from Greece, from a art design for an office building, and this is a private house, a contemporary private house in Kyoto. A universal concept of new localities is thus formed. It may also constitute a means of symbolism of the present time as a specific time-space phenomenon. Here is a detail of the same building. The shading devices have the form of sails, and they function as the shading for the elevation, the western elevation behind. You see the sailing boats that used to be all over the place in the port of Piraeus in the past. It's a very important part of our cultural heritage. And to the right, you see at the roof how these shading devices end up trying to trap fresh air coming from the east and north, and then bring it to the western elevation down. I view interlocalities as an alternative to the worldwide imposition of stereotype port. It leads to an architecture without local character, without alternative expressions. So, interlocalities' open character may lead to the appearance of new localities and or enrich with universal qualities. Interlocal design as qualitative synthesis follows the way traditional architecture is connected to ecology, to rational use of materials, and the way of life. As a network of localities, it incorporates common principles of different civilizations, mainly deriving from local values. When applied in a specific place, it maintains, enriches, and reinforces its identity. In return, and this I think is very important, interlocality may lead to the appearance of new localities or enrich a particular architectural work with universal qualities. In the Marathon Tumulus Archaeological Park, we desired an indigenous landscape, similar to the earth mound built in ancient times. Our aim was to make a natural but full form. Accordingly, we used natural earthly materials but demanded precise marking to illustrate that the texture is the work of man, not of nature. Here is the general plan of the area. We can see the entrance zone down here with the parking lot and the facilities. As visitors enter, they find out the model, giving them information on the battle, and then they start this path that goes all around the tumulus. So I was talking to you about the planting, which is in low zones equalized to a uniform horizontal plane, and this is a reference to the ancient marsh that became a slaughter ground for the heavily armed Persian warriors were pushed there by the Athenians. And the remnants of this ancient march are visible today. This is a nearby march. The visitor's trail, this undulating pathway around the monument, divides the plain like a crack at the caked bottom of a drained marsh, like the picture down to the right. I regard the houses I have designed for Santorini as statements on the ongoing debate on how to achieve balance when building in delicate environments, such as the volcanic corner of the Mediterranean, strongly bearing the presence of natural forces. These houses attest to the search for the proper means to preserve values at risk of disappearance or transfiguration. This is through numerous references to the character of the island and its natural and built environment. Pokemon is in Greek Baboulas. In Santorini, this par excellence awesome place, the cliffs on the seafront function in my imagination as a euphemistic expression, as a desire to stress the opposite, namely the friendliness of a landscape that might otherwise cause awe. In the residents of Pyrgos, the volumes achieve a unique connection with the environment, reflecting it and over time adapting to it. The main facade that dominates to the northeast and north facade. Unattractively painted, refers to the theriomorphic formations of the rock that undefined peaks erased on the horizon. It looks like them, returned as magic, like a bogeyman, to exorcise and banish the evil, to keep the stranger at a distance, and leave the house alone. For a moment, a portion of the residence is detached from its material and semantic contexts of tradition, and immerses into emotion. Here are the plans. To the left, we have the ground floor plan of the complex, and to the right is the upper story plan. The north elevation is in that zone. The house claims local character, a quality that enhances more morphological diversity than uniformity. It does, however, satisfy interlocal values, such as ecological requirements. As it denies any ostentatious originality, it is difficult to recognize its whatever value if disconnected from its place, which also provides the reading code of the world. The monstrous facade can also be seen as a reaction to irrationality. This obligation that is to discredit by copying what was once an organic product of need of habitation. This is a detail from the settlement of Ea. We return to the house. The low vaults of the upper story is a reference to the island's ubiquitous vaulted structures. And here you see the interior, you can see the vaults on the roof of this room and of the one here. Sphera and the smaller islands of Piracenas, this complex here, compose the frame, the traits of the perimeter that embraces the caldera, centroidal by nature, impatient at the sea. The caldera becomes emblematic of the ground that killed. This intrinsic void is condensed in a template, while the source of natural energy is an emblem, while is condensed to an emblem, and alludes to the center. What does caldera constitute? An interior or exterior place, an open or enclosed one. Programmatically captured the void as a fundamental element of space, making it the center of the house and consequently of its locality. Here is the white is the void, white volume. The void symbolic thus reflects the one of the caldera, volumes embracing space rather than enclosing it. A lone building, the house sits heavily, firmly rooted in the ground so as not to be blown away by the wind, while another section of the building, one to the left, appears detached, as if it has come from afar, like the enormous boulders hurled by the head. Together with the neighboring columns, the veranda may also recall the form of the cliffs of the beaches that stand precariously, their base eaten away by the sea. The detail of the void of the veranda. Everything in the house are intended to be suffused in the magic light of Santorini, avoiding any semi-open space or any in-between element that would reduce the immediacy of the connection between the inside and outside. I avoided creating gradations, leaving the occupants surrounded by the deep blue of the sea, the varied hues of the volcanic ash, the green of the capers and vineyards, gaining the tremendous color transformations effected during the day. The openings in the building try to open a dialogue with the windows in the ruined prehistoric city. This is a detail of prehistoric city. Their irregular shape as if created by long years of decay, imprints the notion of time, traces of real wear and tear, while the original form reinforces the idea. These are the sections of the house, and here is the floor plan with the cistern that collects rainwater from the roof surfaces and redirects it to the house to cover the needs of the family. Is the average local materials were mostly used. Bricks, blocks, and of pumice from Santorini that provide good thermal insulation for the walls. A thick layer of local pumice placed in the flat roofs for heat insulation. Cement slabs made of local sand in similar shade. An exterior coating with coarse and sand of the region gives the surfaces a pinkish hue. Here is another low vault at the interior of the house, that its inclined position in relevance to the main axis of the house gives interesting finishes when it comes to meet the wall. The house commands a distant view towards the sea basin of the caldera and the northern part of the island, being exposed to the strong winds. Handling of the wind was of great importance, so the outer shell of the house had to be sturdy without being sealed. Therefore, the shell of the building was eroded and perforated in order to trap the wind and light and yet continue to protect. The prevailing northern wind is thus exploited as a passive means of protection against open force. By utilizing aerodynamic principles, the force of the wind is trapped and detracted away from the building. Funnels like this one, this is a funnel, formed within the mass of the casing increase the wind speed exiting them. And here is the exit of this funnel in a slot, a very thin slot, next to the corresponding window. And thus it creates a protective wind curtain in front of the opening. So it deflects the fresh wind trying to enter this opening. The accelerated air that exits the funnel forms an invisible curtain in front of the nearby window or door and deflects the oncoming wind that would otherwise invade the room. This is a section in details. The one I described now is here. Here is the funnel. This is the shape of the funnel. As the wind enters, its speed is increased, and as it exits with an accelerated speed, it creates this invisible curtain in front of the window. So fresh wind trying to enter is not allowed to, is deflected. And also, mosquitoes are deflected. The funnels allude to the earliest rock-hewn chambers, structures created by the wind as the effect of natural forces on the rock itself. Their quality of form, dug from the exterior to the interior, was dictated by Aeolian energy and natural sandblasting, and underlines important messages associated with the plate. The character of the mass thus alludes to the local technique of dug-out dwellings, the so-called hypostrophe. The shape and size of the funnel were initially determined of the house, but determined in an empirical way without modeling or performance studies. In 2019, we further studied these wind deflectors. You see here another big funnel in front of the dock, which is not, one cannot see behind there. It's a smaller funnel that corresponds to that window. Here are two more details of funnels. This is the funnel, this is the slot, and here is as the wind enters to protect that window. So the optimization of these parameters was the topic of a study under a multidisciplinary European research program. The performance of the system is checked for different geometrical characteristics of the funnels. The results showing that the initial empirical selection of funnel shapes, as built this, was adequate and close to the best alternative arrangement tested by simulation. This fact also verified the adequacy of the simulation program. You see the other way around now. We checked the simulation program used, praxis being the criterion. It can well be considered as a new tool of architectural design, so the familiar architectural process is enriched with a manifold reconstruction control, achieving a sustainable and ambient design. In 2015, we made this extension, very, very small extension to the house. This is a kitchen or multi-purpose room, next a dining room or multi-purpose room next to the kitchen, and here is a tiny water closet. Here is the water closet. This picture is taken by Professor Lieberlab. So I made sure that the extension integrated the same compositional scheme. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Arnie. This is a very interesting way to see things, to build things. We are ready now to move on to Patricia Guaita. Patricia Guaita is an invited professor in Fribourg, and she is a lecturer in Lausanne, the Polytechnic of Lausanne. She has been working hands-on with her students from 3 schools in Switzerland and 1 school in Chile, and they are visiting Ritokve and Chile every year, actually, and this is before the pandemic, of course, building hands-on, doing constructions in situ. So it's a very interesting process to follow. She's presently doing her PhD in Madrid. She has studied in Madrid, and she has received her architectural degree from the university there. The floor to Patricia.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for your presentation. It was very, very nice. And also thank you to Riva just to invite me. And I am extremely happy to share with this very inspiring event the work that we have been doing. So let's go directly. Well, the project is called, in general, the Open City Research Platform. I just also call Constructing the Landscape. It is true that I would like just to share with you the relations that we developed with construction with nature during these years of research. In the summer of 2014, the students from the 3 schools of architecture, Mendrisio, Zurich, and Lausanne, we began to work on a research project on the Pacific coast of Chile at the Open City. We were interested in creating a context that would make it possible to research on architecture through the pedagogy of making. Position the university student and the intersection between teaching and research. Questions the boundaries between the theoretical and practical, between the academic and professional. And also that this was very important to involve the students in a creative process linked to material, human, and temporal realities of the building. So in the Open City, we found a context to address these questions through the incremental development of El Pórtico de los Huéspedes. That was the name of the project. That it was at the same time project, atelier, chantier, it means like working around, and a pedagogical tool. So For those that don't know very much about the Open City, I just make a small introduction. What is the Open City? Well, as you may know, it's at the north of Valparaiso, and it's true that it came from the 70s. It's located in the dunes of Ritoque and emerged for the need of its founders. It was related to the school of Valparaiso, and Alberto Cruz was one of the founders, to have a space where life, work, and study can coexist. A place born of the encounter between poetry and the diversity of craft. It was built with precariousness. The Open City is composed with structures. Here you can see the first structure. This was the Casa de la Música in the 72. And structures that develop in organic ways. Each of its construction is a part of a continuous process, a field of constructive experimentation, like living organisms animated by creation and the collective life. I think what was very important, this idea of the collectivity in the 70s. No? This intention was to design open buildings in the sense that the architects, craftsmen, and inhabitants are part of the development of the intervention over the time. What it means, what is built must therefore be in direct contact with nature. The buildings, here, for example, we have the Torres de Agua that was demolished, were in direct contact with nature, and they really respect the ground in trying to find an equilibrium. No, this is done that, like, really the built natural and preserved. So, if, for example, the work has to disappear. Also here, for example, the Casa de los Nombres that was built in 92, and then with, as you can see in the inside, there are la arena, the ground was coming in, then it was demolished and it came down, the construction. So this is, we arrived really where we thought was important in our work, and we could think of the architecture in the Open City as a garden. Buildings that change their morphology over time, which incorporate layers of thickness and which are caring of each other. Notice this idea of construction with cycles, no? A construction that is light in its creation, which without the care of its inhabitants won't disappear. So now the second part is just, I will try to explain you how we really work with this project, and well, it's now 7 years of work, so I will really try to summarize and share with you some of the points that I think they are important for the thematic of the landscape. It's nice just to share with you this idea of Maturana and Varela, el árbol del conocimiento. They are biologists, but they say we cannot know something if we don't make it. So I think this was like the guide phrase, research, a really strong line that we say we need to build just to understand. And the students in these ateliers that we began in 2014 have participated in this workshop, were invited to experience led learning processes where structures are designed collectively from fragments. Here you can see different moments of this project relating to constructive, creative, and sensory practice. It means that for us it was very important to share some techniques, very local techniques, but also to have a very creative moments of liberty, in that sense. So the workshop, I know that perhaps some students are hearing me, takes place every year for 4 weeks with exclusive dedication and allows architecture students, but also engineers since 2016. This was very important to bring also engineers together to access to the design and construction of these incremental projects. Students trained in new technologies are immersed in a craft and low-tech context in which they are not Athens students. I mean, what is very important that you have to imagine that the students are very, very strong with all these new technologies, and when we come to work here, they are like trying to understand the landscape in a very sensitive way. one scale. So just share with you these 5 actions that I thought was important just to follow the project. I think it's a little bit like a statement or a methodology that we are trying to implement in other projects that we are developing. First of all, let's talk about the physical transformation. How we begin this project, we just brought the fragments from Gunnar Asplund's Woodland Chapel as a starting point from the designing process of the portico. And this archetype roof functions as a gallery, like a drawing in the landscape, the construction of the initial volumetry of the portico. The main elements of the roof, built on thin assembled wooden boards, that was this one at the last of the first year, radically transformed the Asplund roof traces and traced the precise geometry. You can imagine it was the first moment in 2014, like this kind of roof or first structure floating in the landscape. What we learned about this is that we were trying to begin a cyclical process and a continued transformation. The project was not understood as a linear development, but rather as a space of improvisation. Elements then during the long time of construction were replaced, transformed as a garden. The second point I want to share with you was the observation, how we work with the observation. Here you have in the second year, we just began to imagine that the project has to be linked to the landscape, and we began to imagine that we can create an arterial space. So each intervention is the result in this project of the observation and careful reading of the construction in its current state. In this way, the project can include different contributions, each guided by their own reading of the common project. For example, another idea that we have in this context, between the first and second year, the Chilean group, guided by David Jolie, our Chilean research, intervened by building a constellation of 10 concrete columns made in situ. This is part of his research, with flexible form systems. The columns were disseminated around the portico, creating new spatial segments in dialogue with the existing landscape. Drawing as an experience. Well, as you can see, I show some drawings. They are all done by hand. It's true that we were in the middle of the dunes, living in a very kind of radical way. So we did not have computers. We did not have anything. So how we use the hand drawings? Well, we did not use it as a technical representation, but as a mediator between the construction and students. In this way, the drawing becomes a memory through the experience. Hand drawing as a physical and spatial action allows to observe, measure, and construct. Just to see, here you see, for example, we were developing a prototype of the roof that we developed, and in parallel, we just draw a fragment, but really going through the construction on the materialization. The drawing has depth made in 13 layers that accumulate many constructive strata and temporality. So the drawings, they were drawn by one student and then passed to other students. So it was done also by many hands, and it was constantly at present. We brought the drawings to the chantier, so the drawings was also not only the drawings of the concept, it was also the drawing of the doing. It's the present. The drawing was a present, a very fragile, unchangeable way. But it's true that the line was in a way free. Here we have, for example, a work, a drawing, a meta drawing that we did in Los Angeles to understand how was the state, the real estate of the construction rudimentary tools, as you can imagine, the very low-tech tools, we question the relationship between what we are and what we can do. It makes us aware of the time needed to work with different materials and respect their essence. In general, we work with very cheap food, very local, because we did not have much money, and very, for example, the tricks were very local, so we really try to work with what we can afford, no? That was not so much, but I think this was very positive, not to have a lot of money, so this project was very important. And then I have to say that all the process of prefabrication and then construction by periods was very nice, and it was very visible also for the students, no? So the students integrate into the design the importance of the articulation of the construction details and the relationship with the landscape. That was very, very important. And now the last one that I want just to share with you, this was this idea of superposition of fragments. As you can see, we did never have a final project. You know, every year we build with the students the different projects. So the project is constructed with multiple fragments by many hands, weaving together multiplicity of skills and collaborative effort. I also have to tell that for the beginning, it was totally voluntary basis. We just went to Valparaiso the first year, and all the students came, like they bought their plane, and it was really a little bit out of the curriculum. It was, I think, this great project was done also because the students really believed that we could do something different, no? And by constructing their own personal work in this collaborative format, the students develop a sense of appropriateness and of meaning. The constructed fragments become a new instrument for observing and measuring the landscape in the site. The fragments act as a mediator between the details or intimate elements and the overall project, showing traces of the work under construction. Each participant is able to grasp the intensity and fragility of the construction, experiencing the temporality and memory of it. For example, here you can see the columns that I showed you that they were in the landscape. And in a moment they were inside the project, and we began to cover, and this was the place, for example, now is the secretary working inside of this room that was done during all this year, no? So just as a small conclusion, I think that we really think, all the team, that the experimental construction site is capable of accumulating intensity and knowledge, showing the traces of their own construction project. And the practical aspirates to integrate and merge with new environments. During the construction project, the project is understood as an instrument for observing nature. I think this is very beautiful, how the project is very insert in the nature. And also this experience can contribute to develop a particular concern between the context and the human sensory experience. The relation, very important, between care with the making or the drawing of the details and the care of the act of projecting, no? And hopefully this will help the students to understand the process of design and making of architecture, and how can this influence the integrity of the living space, no? Through this experience, we explore other ways of building that questions the relation between what we do and what we are. Just to share, for example, this was the last time that we were really in Ritoque, but hopefully while it was, now it's 2 years that we were not able to go, so I just have a little bit of sadness. But it's true that here, for example, you have the last intervention that we have done towards to the landscape, no? That we open the space from the portico towards the environment, and we articulate different limits and different walls that you can see here, trying to open to this beautiful place. So yes, just to finish, you are interested. We also wrote this building versus Valparaiso, and also we have a very nice intervention that of notes towards the autonomy of global experiments. And yes, thank you to all these people that helped us to work on this great project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. I hope we will be able to join you at some point in the future and come with you. It looks like a great adventure. Thank you so much for the lecture. At this point, we are closing up with the first part of the event. We will have a small break, very small, because we actually ran a bit late. And we will begin with the next 3 speakers and our 6 students. It's a different kind of format from now on, who will be debating, we hope, but we'll have a right time structure in this. Let's all do our best. Okay, we will start in about 5 minutes from now, okay? Thank you.
Hello everybody, and welcome to discussion session 1. I am Marianthi Papagelopoulou, and next to me is Elina Varouxaki, and we will be the moderators for the day. First of all, we would like to welcome our students. Carlos Machado Emura from Portugal.
Frederica Lecci from Italy.
Jana Horvat from Croatia.
Juan Gomez Verdu from Spain.
Malen Chang from France.
And Zoe Tsunido from Greece.
Welcome, everybody. I very much hope you enjoyed the keynotes. In this session, we welcome Professor Babalou Noukaki with her presentation on one of her projects, which features the wide area of Philopappou Hill, including the hills of the Nymphs and Muses at the foot of the Acropolis. Bouki Babalou Noukaki is an architect and professor emeritus of NTUA. Since 1970, she has worked with Antonis Noukakis on private and public projects, with emphasis on libraries and open public spaces. She has won 30 architectural competitions, among them 3 international and 5 for built works. She recently published her book, 8+1 Essays on Architecture and the City. Her work, Library School of Philosophy, has been nominated for the Mies van der Rohe Award 2022. Professor Babalou Noukaki, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Project, which features a wider area of Philopapou, including the Nymphs and Muses hills opposite the Acropolis, which is part of the program of the unification of archaeological sites of Athens. With the intention to capture and attribute the particular physiognomy of the place, the project investigates the questions: how does one confront the relationship landscape-cityscape? How does one restore the relationship between the ancient and the contemporary city? How can one feature the historicity of the place and its transformation through time? Our main aim in urban design is the interpretation of the place, the sense of relation between its elements, natural feature, and a pre-existing structural elements are the starting points for its understanding. The proposal derives from the specific character of the place, which means evaluation of the importance of the existing condition as an articulating material and not as a mere background of the design process, awareness of the city's palimpsest with the multiple levels of history, record of the natural and man-made landscape, relief, use, vegetation. The Italian architect Giorgio Grassi says about Athens, I speak of Athens as it is now, how it's become an incomprehensive and chaotic urban continuum, and about the need to understand, even before the causes of such a formation, the city as it was, the causes of the ancient city. I speak of a city made of distinct, unique loci, under one with institutions, and the idea of city per se, and magnificent and unforgettable loci, because of the views they offer, and still offer, because of the brilliance of the monument, or only because of the particularity of the landscape, unique and distinct loci. The unification of the site of Athens program was about the Great Promenade, a pedestrian road which passes between the Acropolis and the Philopappou Hill, and 6 archaeological sites around the Acropolis. Before I present our proposals, I will show 2 maps that epitomize the historical evolution of Athens. Jacob's Paul maps the beginning of historical topography. We show Philopappou Hill, Acropolis, Lycabettus Hill, Temple of Zeus, and Ilissos River. And in Rick's map, the topography of Athens with some remarks of the Atlantis, we see also Philopappou's area and the long walls that links the city of see the Philopapos hill also, the Acropolis, the Temple of Zeus, the Capetros, and Ipsos River, the location where the Platonic dialogue Phaedros takes place. And the panoramas of stadiums with the same topos, the Capetros, Acropolis, Philopapos, Nix. Next photographs for the album Antiquity. Here, Brooklyn, the facade of Brooklyn. It is interesting to note that the symmetrical axis aims at Nix. And in this slide, we can see clear this connection. The opposite view, Acropolis from the Nix, and Propylene, Temple of Athena Nike, and Philopapos Monument. In these maps of Greek archaeologist Ioannis Stavros, we see the city's evolution on two characteristic periods. Athens in 5th century BC, the Themistoclean wall with the gates, not the gates between the long walls, is crucial for our proposal. And in Hellenistic period, in this map, we see Themistoclean walls with the gates. Note the gates. In this map, we see the smaller wall, the Athichisma, that was built in the 4th century BC. We perceive the hills area as a series of places with different characters, with the scattering traces and carvings of ancient houses being the predominant elements. Beside the prominent monuments, there are Nix, the Athichisma, and a central road of 10 importance called the Achilles, which crossed the area and connected the city of Athens to the port of Piraeus through the long walls. Also, the area was also the site for the Kili and Meliti neighborhoods. Kili, the poorest neighborhood, situated in the west side of the hill, while the rich one, Meliti, is opposite the Acropolis. They are the only large reserved ancient housing areas in Athens. The traces of the houses are carved on the rock, are either busy and buried under the soil. They give vital information for the structure and organization of the settlement. The most important recent monuments are the observatory of Theophil by Theophil Hansen and the landscape and Loubardiades complex by Dimitris Pikionis. In this map, we see the excavating Meliti area for the archaeologist Webster. The ripping all over the cave is the point where the Pikionis designed the Loubardiades complex. This is a place where the Athenian democracy was born, which was a form of direct democracy. Here is the representation of three different phases. Initially, the amphitheater was facing the Acropolis, while later it was reserved. The two large squares, which framed the southern side of the space above the rostrum, were never completed. The Athichisma in the same area was running along the backside of the square and of the 3rd, 4th century BC. A large stair connects the area with the Agora, the ancient market. The eastern temple road from the Agora to the Pnyx the house is carved on the rock. The houses are introvert around an atrium. And at least, Kinopamos Monument is situated on the top of the Mousse Hill, the tallest of the three hills on the west of the Acropolis. It has been used over time as a fort for great strategic significance in various wars. In the 2nd century AD, a prince of Athens, Syria, and a benefactor of Athens built his tall mausoleum on the top of the Mousse Hill, which is then dominating the landscape and imposes its name to the hill. Dimitris Tikonis was the architect who designed the landscape around the Acropolis. He turned to the east and to the mythical image of the world. It seemed to me that architectural tradition was without doubt and basically one, despite the differences. I ended up seeing the universal tradition as something unified which follows the same list. The differences were not important. The deep and substantial identity is what matters. The Valiaris complex by Mikionis. On the spot they gave on 9 awards, διατύχισμα.
Δεν το παίρνει από εμάς.
Yes, from Japanese architecture. The view was the διατύχισμα from the curve of the complex. Ionis used fragments for Athenian neoclassical houses which were demolished in the 50s. This is what Ionis knows. The most of Ionis' work are an effort for every mnemonic rescue in a condition of loss and destruction. Details from Ionis' pathway notice that the paving keeps distance from the rock. The water canals, and the iron wall gate. Some picture from Picionis path which follows the iron wall. A belvedere facing the Acropolis. The last belvedere terrace viewing the Acropolis. And now, the program of the unification. The hills are a landscape beside the city, a man-made landscape rich in traces and carvings and structures. Because of their location and altitude, they act as a lookout to the city as far as the sea and its natural boundaries, the surrounding mountains and the Athens basin. The hills themselves are visible from the significant part of the city, even though the city's blocks have occupied the lower parts of their slopes, tightening their edges, constricting and altering their relief. The location of the hills is very intense. The section city nature is absolute all over their perimeter. We perceive the space in archaeological sites as a landscape park recreation area for the city, but also as a place where important events of the ancient and recent history of the city of Athens took place. Among them, highlight the different places of the area which constitute the wider whole and contribute to the creation of a system of places coherent and detailed. Routes and places will compose a web rich in spatial formation and experience. The intention of the design were the rupture of the absolute separating limit and the creation of an in-between space as a place of coexistence, contact, and interaction. The highlights of the Achilles street and the creation of threads that will allow the landscape to penetrate into the city. The threads of the Achilles road. The project confirms the area of the hills as a whole and the significance of its boundaries. The central idea of the proposal is the highlighting and the reconstruction of the Achilles Way as the most important ancient route of the site and as a functional and organizing axis of the whole area. The two poles of the axis will become the points of entanglement and diffusion on the one end with the Acropolis and the other end with the neighborhood and the wider city. On the pole of the axis we propose two information centers with different character and contents. We also propose the regeneration of the area around the long wall cave. And then we propose important intervention, the rupture of the Hill Ring Road in order to make a direct connection to the neighborhood and the city, to create an alternate access to the site and to the restoration of the ancient route. A web of wandering route will connect the point of interest, monuments, nature, viewing points, and will allow the perception of the ancient settlements. At the south part of the Moose Hill, there is an abandoned quarry. This area, even though it is located inside the archaeological site, it does not contain archaeological findings. The landscape has been altered through the extensive boring in the 19th and 20th century, and the location is separated from the archaeological site and is turned towards the neighborhood. On this location, we propose the transfer of the traditional dance theater Dora Stratus, which is now built on the important ancient carvings, and the creation of an open-air scheduled exhibition space. From the proposals, only the open-air theater exhibition has been realized, and the excavation of the Achilles Road. The beginning of excavating the Achilles Road, which is 30 meters wide, you see the slide. The tracks of the carriage wheels that crosses the road, and the three elements obstructing the connection of the hill with the city, the bridge barrier, the church, the Dora Stratus Street Theater. Here we see the drawing of Mykonis pathways to Philopappou and Acropolis. In this spot is the entrance of the Loupardiari area, the threshold towards the Loupardiari promenade is the main entrance to the site, and it is placed on a very sensitive and crucial spot, the Mykonis knot. It It acts as a space for reception, pause, viewing point, and orientation. This location now includes a restaurant which occupy a large part of it. We propose the removal of the restaurant and the conversion of the restaurant building into an information center. The large plaza in front of it is the point of the visitor arrival and distribution to the different archaeological sites. The plan is a square paved with black rock slabs. Between the square and entrance, we propose a shaded transitional space faces the Acropolis. The floor has a slight slope and its finish escalates from the hard materiality of rock and concrete to the soft pressed soil. The open-air sculpture exhibition space was initially proposed for the area on the east of the Path to Valiaris, opposite the Acropolis, as an institution which would revive the 1965 Sculpture Biennale, which aimed to make a dialogue of the classical art with contemporary sculpture. The exhibition space has been approved, but built not on the proposed site, but in the quarry area in combination with the theater. The initial proposal for the quarry area was for a children's playground. After discussion with the client, we were asked to design an environmental museum for the flora of the hills, and in the end, they decided to move there the open-air sculpture exhibition space. A sketch with open-air sculpture exhibition and Dora Strato Theatre on the quarry area. The entrance of the quarry area from the ring road. Some references of the project. We see the map of Delphi, the sacred way to Apollo Temple, the Athenian arcade in the pedestrian to the Apollo's Temple, and Japanese garden, the Villa Katsura, Zen garden, and recent Japanese gardens. Dora Strato Theatre, we see the Kilon turns to the rock that functions as a natural backdrop, and the open-air sculpture exhibition. The place is strongly defined in vert, an open-air room with since the vegetation has created a second limit besides that of the rock. The dominant feature element of the site is the steep quarry rock, and the proposal is based on the relation between space and time. It's the only proposal that was built. The zigzag route prolongs the duration of the weathering between the spaces on different levels and with different possibility of organization and presentation of sculpture or other exhibits. The time, the duration of the weathering gives a new dimension of the embodied experience of space. Estoir and arcade on the end of the path serves also for exhibition for more delicate objects that require such a space. The pavilion is the beginning of the path as it was initially built. Even though the project was completed, it was never officially used and was
If everybody is ready, we would like to ask the students to express their questions. We have a list here. We're gonna go according to this. So the first one is Carlos.
I am deeply enthusiastic. I also thank Professor Babalu for the insightful presentation and very inspiring lecture, but also the precedent communications that somehow put in the table some concrete examples that are likely extremely productive to discuss what the new European townhouse is, or what do we want, what do we think sustainability is for the future. I would just, I don't know how much time I have, but I would like to put some ideas on the table, creating room for the discussion. I was somehow struck by the fact that the main questions that Professor Babalu put on the table somehow the future of sustainability in Europe. But as French poet René Char said, notre héritage n'est précédé d'aucun testament. So we are free to move forward towards a project that can have very little from what the field now has. So, but what struck me most is, on the one hand, the fact that we have these examples of how we can incorporate intelligent solutions rather than continuously fostering sustainability through technological, far-fetched, smart solutions. So it's this idea that is somehow what links southern countries and makes this project work, but also the idea that was very, very clear on this last presentation of the fact that we are dealing with cultures with very rich places that we must be able to read, interpret, communicate, and only by that to be able to transform. So somehow just what I would like to ask the question is, the Philippa's Hill is an extraordinary place. It's a remarkable, full of history and in terms of landscape, a place of its own. So my question is, what about the exportability of the methods? Which are the lessons that we can take from these examples and from other examples, like we saw the previous indications, that we can take to implement in other countries, in other southern countries? So which are the methods that we can use for reading these places, for writing these places, and ultimately to transform these places, somehow to bring the subject to a larger platform of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Professor Babalu, if you would like to answer Carlos's questions, it would be great. It's about exportability and the lessons learned from Philippa's Hill. How can those be implemented in other environments of the southern countries? So, quite interesting question. So when you're ready, you can begin the discussion.
I think sustainability is the possibility to live in the open space, especially in the southern countries. And I think the gaps around the Soviet Union, the Mediterranean, are common problems, but this area, because the neighborhoods, because they are from materials, ephemeral materials, disappear from the country, and only the monument highlights will look on these buildings. And I think that is the more important in this project. We propose to make excavation to revive the traces on the rocks, to understand this disconnect and this very important units in these rocks, because we know only the most the monument, and you see that the hill of Philopopos has the name of prefecture of Athens and the prince of Syria, which while the city are decline, has paid to build this mausoleum opposite to Acropolis. Maybe another lesson for this proposal is the deep investigation of the topos where we build. We must hear the soul of the topos to understand how to touch on this soil, because it's very sensitive for this area. And I think the Mediterranean towns has many layers of history, and I think it is important to have the inspiration of this polymorphic value system.
Thank you, Professor. Frederica from Italy, if you would like to ask your questions, the floor is yours. Hello.
I want to thank the professor to invite me, and all you, the professor, the student like me. I want to talk about one of the things that mostly impacts me in this conversation. Measuring the landscape by doing architecture, because we work for familiarizing people live, but I think most of the time people don't know which is the better way before they try it or they touch it. And so we see that now maybe the sport town phenomenon is one of the most, I think, problems that we have, and maybe we have to, the challenge maybe is understand how we, out of the way, we have to design and do the sport town but with nature. So to take nature in people's lives, and how we can perhaps make people understand that this is the best way, because we work in very different scale, in large scale like urbanism, on maybe in another scale like the other digital that we see in Chile. And maybe I think the challenge is how we can make these tools to the people and understand this that nature and landscape must stay in our city and in our lives.
Thank you, Federica. I think your question is about how we communicate as architects with the wider public on the methods on urban and landscape design. Is this correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So, Professor Babalou, any insights on that?
I think that is a great problem in architecture, that the focus is in the building and not in the surrounded area, in the open air ground. I think that it is a crucial area that must consist the building masses, and often not the building rest the surrounding area. I think that must have a dialogue with built masses and open air space. I think, I don't know by the other schools, but I think it's a new subject in architectural studies, and the students is not very familiar to deal with this area. I think it's very crucial because the open air space is the space of our life, the common life.
Thank you so much for your answer, Mrs. Babalou. Jana, or Jana, I'm sorry if you were going to correct me now if I'm saying your name wrong. Jana, hello Jana from Croatia, right?
Hello, yes, hello everyone, greetings from Zagreb. It's really good to be here today. The conversation so far has been very motivating. So yeah, I really enjoyed the lecture. First of all, thanks to Professor Babalou. I've never been to Athens yet, but I did a virtual street tour of the Philippop Hill prior to this lecture. And of course, it also shows some really great photos now. So yeah, I feel Athens from above kind of looks like a bit like Oswald Matias Unger's green archipelago in reverse. So it's not islands of cities surrounded by landscape, but islands of landscape surrounded, or better yet, trapped by this vast area of the city, of an endless sprawl of urban forms and buildings. And well, I'm not sure if my impression is correct, but kind of looks like the city is being, it looks like the city is eating up its landscape. So I'm glad that the project we saw today actually kind of got the landscape to fight back, and that the unbuilt rather than built was the main focus here. I feel now more than ever time to rethink this myth of constant growth and sprawl, and really start designing the reverse process of degrowth and sprawl and unbuilding. However some of the endless accumulated mass of buildings and actually make space for new places of collectivity, or even give some of the spaces of the city back to nature. So I feel designing with landscape is obviously crucial in that context. To make parts of our cities less dense and more livable. So that's what I kind of also saw in this project. So I'm actually interested, is Athens as a city dominantly still kind of constantly growing and getting more dense, more built up? Or are there already some growth initiatives present in the city's urban planning strategies that would aim to make parts of the city maybe less dense, or provide the city with more open public spaces, and ultimately, bring natural landscape back to the city? So, what's the situation like in Athens? That's what I'm interested in. Thank you.
What a nice comment. Thank you so much. Also very good what you said about the built and the unbuilt. And I think it's a matter of degrowth from now on in Athens. I agree completely. And it's exactly as you said, like the landscape is surrounded by islands of buildings. Mrs. Babalu, would you like to answer this question?
I agree that the city of Athens has to be empty. They demolished some area to brave the city. And our proposal in the pole of the gate that traverse the long walls is this idea to demolish a bridge, road in this point, and to all the buildings that barrier this point, and make an entrance to a side of the city that is not so rich, so as the other point, the other age that is called the Acropolis. And our main need is to make a connection between Philopapos Hill and the city. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Professor. Next one is Malène from France. Are you here, Malène?
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you to Professor Babalu for your presentation. It's such an interesting project because we can see from your presentation of the physical element in the site, a lot of layer of history in the site, and even if the view, the relief and the vegetation also of other landscape. And I have one question that really interests me for your project, which is related with the network, the transfer network that try to connect the site with the city. And I would like to know what is the effect of this project in your project? Is it already implemented or something? And how it can bring or contribute to the national level, to the local or international level?
Thank you so much for your question. So basically you're asking about how this project Philopapos Hill is connected to the city, but also in a larger scale of the city. Not only like the local roads, but also like in a national level, how it's connected. How can someone get there, basically, the interconnectivity of it? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Babalo, would you like to answer?
It's difficult in place to program, total program. This program of unification of archaeological site is the dream of E.M.P. E.M.P. is actress and Minister of
Culture.
Civilization.
Culture.
Civilization. And this program is the realization of this dream, of her dream. I don't know if there are from all these areas that we see in the map, Μηχανικών, Cemetery, Acropolis slopes, Olympion, Keramikos, etc. Many, so many interventions realized in the town. The most successful and is very good made is a great promenade. The pedestrian road that across begins from the Museum of Acropolis and traverse the hills, Acropolis and Philopathos. This is a very interesting promenade. I think it's the most sufficient project work of this unification. But now, unfortunately, the proposal may in unfinished.
Thank you, Professor, for the answer. And I would like to invite Juan Gomez-Verdu. Are you with us, Juan?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Well, first of all, thanks to Professor Balu for the presentation. It was extremely interesting. And I don't have a question per se. I have some kind of comment about it, which is...
It's also fine. No, it's also fine. You can just comment. Yeah, of course. You just can comment. It's great.
Which is, I actually find that Athens has like a very, very historicity in it, but when you see the project, you see the colors and the materiality and the protection against the weather, against the sun, it kind of seems very connected to the weather here, and I guess in the whole Mediterranean area. So there could be links to other projects, like ways of proceeding in projects that are alike in the rest of the area. So I kind of think that's a very important part. And it also helps, one side that was already been said, that's a fight against the spread in the city. So kind of more against fighting against the spread is something like embracing the landscape, to try our cities to embrace it.
Thank you so much, Juan. That was quite insightful. And now we move on to our very own Zoe Junidou. Zoe, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Nice. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm happy to be part of this conversation so far. And special thanks to Professor Papadakis for this insightful presentation. Actually, we perceive all these different human intervention through your presentation in this particular topos. Starting from ancient days, then moving on to the query, which is the incorporation of the remnants of the rebuilding of the new Greek capital. Then comes the intervention, the work of Dimitris Pigionis, which is a significant statement of how we open a dialogue with these palimpsests. and then comes your work. And my question is, have you been inspired with his principle and in which level? Because you both have a common ground to open a dialogue with the existing and this palimpsest. And how did his work inspire yours? And a second part maybe of this question would be, after 20 years, because I think it's almost 20 years since you first completed this part of your work, could you adapt any other element in the landscape design? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zoe. Very, very nice question about Dimitris Pikionis, which is something that maybe all of us in Athens were also thinking about. Professor Babalou, would you like to answer about your influences and whether you would adapt anything else in your landscape design over the years? Thank you.
Pikionis is very pleasant. And also Scarpa, multi-sensitive architects, unique architects. I think that it is not a mimetic approach of Pikionis' work, but the soul of his approach and the sensitive that touch the soil. I think this is the great lesson from this very interesting, very important figure of architects, Greek architecture. And the other, if we design an alternative process, maybe, because I don't know to say now, I think I think one moment.
Yes, take your time, please. We have time.
I think that the main problem is find the core of the problem of the space and not make some element, some building, etc. But
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, students, for all your questions. And of course, thank you, Buki Babalou for being here with us today. It's been a pleasure. And we're looking forward to see you again in a context like this. And I think we should move on and to our second session.
To our next discussion session, yes. And we would like now to welcome Professor Paulo Farinha Marques, from the University of Porto, and his presentation on the landscape architecture, planning and designing for biodiversity in cities, focusing on the case of Porto, which is very interesting. I'm sorry, I'm realizing now where the camera is. Hello, Mr. Farinha, Professor Farinha. He's an associate professor of landscape architecture in the Faculty of Sciences, University of Porto. And he has a PhD in landscape architecture at the Faculty of Architectural Studies at the University of Sheffield, UK. Since 1996, He has articulated university teaching with the production of landscape architecture projects at various scales. He is currently coordinating a special landscape rich in designed outdoor spaces, which is very interesting, and cultivated biodiversity, the botanical garden, of the University of Porto. Professor Farinha Marquez, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to. I am not in Porto, I'm in Mertua, in a very beautiful village in the south of Portugal, with lots of Muslim influences and Roman influences and early Buddhist influences, so layers and layers and layers of landscape change and architecture all together in a relic of a very beautiful town, which was, in former days, one of the alleys along the river Guadiana up north, Lusitania, former province of the Roman Empire. And also the Greeks came here and came along this river and to try to find gold and tea, all sorts of goods, also to trade and to spread influence. So we are actually a melting pot of cultures, and Mertua is one of the best examples. So I'm very happy to share with you my experience with landscape. I'm a landscape architect, as you already heard, since it is my first NEB. So that's what I do. I do landscape design projects mainly. I mostly focus on landscape design projects. And in the last 10 years, I've been concentrating myself working with green networks within dense city limits, like the city of Porto in the northwest of Portugal, and also how we can work across scales from the planning level of the green infrastructure to the execution level of the landscape design project. So this is an image of Porto. Porto is also a very interesting old city in the northwest country, in the Atlantic area, already with a completely different climate, not Mediterranean, transition before the Atlantic climate, and is a very rich also layer of geology, granite, which enables a very also powerful vegetation cover. So the gardens, diversity of plants is very interesting. Again, with a cultural influence of these melting pot, which is Portugal, and Porto in itself as a merchant city, where all sorts of cultures coincided and collided and exchanged information in order to produce just like what we have. So my aim is, and my worries are, how can we bring biodiversity back to our doorsteps? How can we live with biodiversity connected with us? The idea of nature, it's not a new idea, it's a very old idea. Human beings have always longed for nature and take advantage of it. Since the Industrial Revolution and the growth of cities, the problem increased in a very difficult way. And we have to solve the situation. And one of the goals I think we can use to solve the situation, and one of the strategies actually is by design. I think design is a human strategy to accommodate all sorts of functions and experiences and aesthetic values together, minimizing the conflict between ourselves and now more recently and in a more conscientious way between ourselves and what we call nature. So this is where I stand, this is where I have my effort in research, this is where I have my effort in practice. So it's the exaltation of nature in the human art, the human proximity. Nothing new again. It has been here for millennia. We have been doing gardens and parks for millennia. We have been planning and designing spaces around our dwellings for a long time. And there are all sorts of good experiences in that which enrich us and inform us and guide us in our decisions and our design proposals. But what we want now is something even more ambitious, which is the idea of having a network, publicly accessible or with public interest. And not just green, now there's another word coming along, which is privatization. name, which is blue. Of course, we don't have green without blue. Blue is the actually stands for the green. So the first step we do whenever we do any planning at city level is to identify its natural element, particularly marked by the flow. So in this map you can see our starting point. We want to know where the major flows of water occur in the city of Porto. And it's again, as you can see, a very privileged situation. We have the Atlantic Ocean on the west side of the city. We have the major river Douro coming from inland Spain, crossing Portugal, establishing one of the most beautiful landscape cultural areas, which is the vineyards of Port Wine, which are terraced or man-made, high-scale intervention with all sorts of cultural and historical qualities as well as ecological. And then when we have the small streams in Porto. Streams in Porto, because it's a granite substrate, they never end. They are running all because granites enable that, and because we have a high precipitation, more or less 1,500 millimeters per year. So identifying these natural assets is the first step. Then we can go and identify the man-made spaces, which are also very important, and try to link them. This is the big situation, the natural spaces and the green spaces made by humans. And we want to achieve them connected. It's not anymore interesting to have them divorced from each other, not connecting each other. What we want to achieve is a network of connection, a pathwork of life, a pathwork of possibility, which is bringing the natural metabolism into the city so we can have a better life and take advantage of all the benefits of the functioning of the natural environment. And again, in a different scale, we have to execute these ideas. And the one way of executing these ideas, and taking the example of the university area where I work at university parks, mostly, we have to zoom and try to exercise with a fine drawing hand how can we actually make this type of proposal where the exercise of putting biodiversity in contact with humans actually occurs. So we have these two rectangulars, so this is two main centers or focus of the university. It's the north section and the southwest section. I stand in the southwest section, which have a collection of gardens and new parks are being done in this area, and that's where I want to execute, actually experience, consummate all these ideas of putting biodiversity in contact with humans through park design. And this is one of the parks we are doing. It's a conglomeration of two parks, Central Park of Estrela and another park which is Ramos Park, and they all are being set in the former agricultural areas which have been left after the development of the urban occupation, the urban sprawl, hospitals, university buildings, and new blocks for housing. And again, we, through design and through the most dedicated way of articulating landform, water flow, vegetation, and small constructions as landscape architect. I'm not interested in buildings. I am concentrating just pathways and small ways that we can ease the connection between human scale and the greenery and beautiful nature. In the large, so this is the small park where we started with 3 hectares, then we moved to a bigger park almost nearby, promoting this connection, which is still being constructed, some new construction, some development. And in here, all the design has been focused on taking advantage of the natural flow of the water, taking advantage of the natural vegetation, which are the grey dots, the center of the drawing, and adding extra species and extra composition of plants and spaces, and much more into the design of spaces. In the other area of university where I stand, with the Faculty of Sciences actually is, we have the Faculty of emphasizes here. We have the faculty of architecture on this side, and we have also all gardens, because this was a place of all manor houses, bourgeois houses, very interesting, with rich gardens for the university, and is a good opportunity for us also to exercise garden restoration, park restoration, and the creation of new wildlife gardens. We have the maximum space for biodiversity, what we call planted or cultivated biodiversity, where we have in a botanical garden, of course, a high level of different species altogether. So where we also exercise and try to prove that humans can maximize biodiversity and put biodiversity in contact, again, with a high level of experience, high levels of knowledge, high levels of spatial design, all sorts of mosaic spaces that articulate with each other and also stimulate biodiversity by this nature of being mosaic spaces. And you can see in this garden, the layout reveals a strong structure around the house, which is rather formal, with both scales around the house and formal gardens, with the style of arts and crafts period between the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, so very rich in terms of design, and also experiencing in another space a much more contemporary attitude. They're engaging ourselves with rewilding and making wildlife, bringing wildlife closer to the buildings by actually making all sorts of experiences with recycle, with guerrilla gardening, with all these social ideas of inclusion, of inviting, diversifying, promoting, engaging people in planting native species with a very informal design, and also taking advantage of the specific type of maintenance which enables the glorification of the native species and the native formations of species. But it's still a garden, it's still some place where humans actually have strong intervention in order to have this feel of being immersed in the natural space. So to design and manage to promote biodiversity is mostly based in my practice, and still in a practice which is transversal to the school, the Portuguese School of Landscape Architecture, which is in Portugal since 1942, coming from really strong influence from Germany, which is we have a strategy to create this diversity just by space again. And one of the strategies is the clearing edge woodland spatial model. This model is very much based on an organization of space, where we enable the occurrence of clearings, edge, and woodlands, and guarantee that these transitions can establish a mosaic along spaces. This is an abstract model, so that we enable us to have all sorts of functions and all sorts of habitats. So we maximize the type of habitats with this type of model. We maximize the opportunity for the humans and for the humans to interact with the living systems, and therefore something like landscape for the humans. Of course, this is not neutral. This is very much based on theories that are around us for a long time, like the savanna theory or savanna hypothesis, the biophilia hypothesis, or the prospect refuge theory of J. Appleton, which try to explain why we like a certain type of space, which links with our physiological and biological nature. We are animals with a certain characteristics. We see the world at a certain high level. We move into legs, and therefore we need a certain type of environment where we feel much more comfortable. And that's why we design parks like that. And this diagrammatic model tries to use this type of information and experiences. Another strategy, and much more concentrated on the edge effect, on that space between the clearing and what we call the woodland or a building. It's the multi-layered planting schemes. use a lot of plants in the same space in a multi-layered way. We engage by ourselves in biodiversity. We have much more species per square meter, and we have also all sorts of ecological interactions and the aesthetic effect. We have all sorts of dynamics which excite our senses and increase our sensory experience. We also, by adding water, which is very basic, people know it. If you add water to anything, you add opportunities for life. The opportunities for life are opportunities for biodiversity, which we also have to be very much now very attentive to that, because with the climate change, we may increase certain diseases next to the humans, as we had in the past. That's why in Mediterranean gardens and semi-arid spaces, we also manage water in a very particular way, always running, not with this type of lush vegetation we today value so much because of malaria, mainly because also of waterborne diseases. But again, it's an opportunity, and also we allow ourselves to leave construction materials disposed on the ground so we can form habitats for reptiles and micro mammals, which are very interesting in our dwellings, and also a way of making some sort of statement, installation, sculpture, and at the same time wait till the moment we can use those materials. And also we can use buildings. With buildings we can stimulate biodiversity. That's the case of traditional greenhouses. With traditional greenhouses we can boost biodiversity in a direction we cannot have in those spaces with the natural ecology of some space, but we introduce opportunities for the plants, for the animals to live their life. That's what we do in greenhouses. It's very strange, very interesting experience, because this is the experience which will enable us to create Earth systems in Mars, or on the Moon. So we'll be making gardens in, let's say, 100 years' time at the Moon, based on the experience we have on landscape design and on greenhouse making with landscape design. So very, sometimes very obvious, nothing new. But again, if you put all these things together, you realize you have a great potential in the manipulation of all the situations of design. We also allow life and death to live together. We allow leaf litter and old trunks to rot on the floor of our parks and gardens, mainly in university. So we can have this sculptorical narrative on one side and this ecological narrative on the other side. So all these dead trunks, they perform like plastic elements, at the same time arching elements, and at the same time they perform like habitats. Habitats for insects, long cycle insects. We are much more deprived of opportunity and emerging extinction. Something we don't know. Insects now are some of the high-profile species of top insects are having real troubles like all the other animals we already knew, and we need to find opportunities for them to finish their cycles. Of course, the mushrooms, all the animals who live in them are also benefiting. And another strategy in space making is the mosaic making, along with a woodland, the clearing edge woodland. In fact, we have this alternation, very strong patterning of the ground covers, contrasting and alternating with grasslands, and also with these dead materials which are used to edge space, and sometimes they rot and they create habitats, and of course the stimulation of plants with rich pollen so that pollinators can be more happy and more viable in our gardens. And this strategy is also how we manage and how we mow the lawns. So we allow our lawns to become more like meadows, rich in species, not only just grass species, but also herbaceous species. You see on your left image orchids, white orchids, which are becoming quite common to appear. They appeared spontaneously, we did nothing to that. And on the right side, we have all sorts of flowering daisies that go along with the lawns. So we try to have a mowing regime that is more friendly with the cycles of the grass, cycles of the insects, and again with the cycles of the flowering, particularly between February and June. We have to mow completely after June and September, so that fire is not a problem. And again, biodiversity for me and for us, I think, is a proposal between utopia and convictions, like a political engagement. So it's not an option. So I think we rely on biodiversity to survive, discover the future. And this idea of nature is a symbol of nature. Nature is the center, focus of biodiversity. And we need, as urban people, to find these ways. And I strongly believe that we can find these ways through landscape planning and design. And how can we actually, with form making, space making, material manipulation, and particularly the manipulation of the living materials, we can make great difference in our society. So this is where I leave you, and particularly we need to use all these situations not only to achieve a high level of ecological performance, but particularly also to integrate ourselves socially and humanly. We need to integrate, we need to separate things that cannot live together. We need to accommodate different interests. We need to harmonize them in all. We need to compensate those spaces and animals and plants who are deprived of nutrients and deprived of life opportunities. We need to accept that life is a bit like that. And ultimately, what the goal is to dissipate conflict among species, among ourselves and among species. And I truly believe that design is one of the strategies we use. So, I hope for a better tomorrow. I hope, still believe that planning, design, and management in the landscape knowledge, landscape concept, the landscape is the understanding, the common platform we can all share. You all see the landscape is something which is so democratic, is so transversal. We don't need to be specialists. It's at the distance of our senses. We just need our senses to actually have access to landscape, because the landscape is probably concept that derives from the interaction of sensory information we establish in the surrounding environment. So I really want to still work in making landscapes of opportunity and possibly for all of us, all humans, all living species. So let the work progress. Thank you very much.
Professor Fariña, thank you so much for the interesting presentation. I really enjoyed it, actually. And I would like to comment before we start with the students, because it was really inspiring. We have so many things to learn also here in Athens with biodiversity. And I would like to comment on how crucial it is for the transition to a sustainable future. I mean, this is also something that the European Green Deal is saying about how we are going to transition. And it's a very important and crucial connection between us and biodiversity. What I found very interesting also is how it looks from above like a mosaic carpet that connects everything. And it's really interesting if you compare it to Athens, which doesn't look like that at all. So we have so many things to learn. And another point that I found also very interesting is about the guerrilla gardening. And I would like to, maybe if you have some minutes after, to answer me, where would this take place? Because you showed 3 rings of different scales and different plants and layers of plants. And where would the guerrilla gardening actually would take place? In which kind of ring?
Yes, in the smallest space.
The smallest space.
Why I call it guerrilla gardening? It's not in fashion anymore. It was in fashion by the time when I started to do that wildlife gardening. And I started it by actually guerrilla gardening. I informally went into the spot and started to plant and started to ask things, not in a very open and informal way. There was, of course, I was younger. So I was much more a guerrilla person than now. Of the young people, and the idea of bringing plants and planting them, planting the native species, bringing small oak trees and wildlife shrubs. People around me in university, although university people think they have a broad view, they don't. They are similar to other people. So normally they are very narrow-minded. We university people are terribly narrow-minded. So they don't like scrub. They don't like wild things. They like green, peaceful gardens in the traditional way. And I wanted to have these wildlife gardens. I wanted to experience the new aesthetics. I wanted to have these prickly shrubs of our Mediterranean areas. So I started to plant them not in an open way, in a somehow discreet way, where I call it guerrilla garden. And I asked my students also to do so with me, of course, in a controlled way. This is guerrilla between commas. But it's a bit, it's pompous me to say that, but it was a way of thinking, and also a way of calling attention to the need we have to engage ourselves. We have all sorts of opportunities, we can do it. And the garden I'm talking about has 10 years now, it's mature, and nobody says it started like that. It's mature. Nobody knows anymore. It's just a big garden, full of species, full of oak. The oaks we started with this size now are 6 meters high, and the poplars, are 10 meters high, and that's where we start with this friendly, peaceful guerrilla attitude as well.
It's very, very intriguing. It really intrigued me, and it's exactly as you're saying. It's exactly as you're saying. Now no one says anything about this. It's fully grown. Thank you so much for answering my question. It was really interesting for me. Now Marianth is going to move on with our first student.
Yes, we're going to keep up the list that we used the last time with Mrs. Papalu. And we start again with Carlos Machado and Moura. Carlos, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello again. And thank you to both of you, Mark, for your exciting and inspiring manifesto. And I'd like just to launch some questions for the discussion. It's very interesting that you put this idea of greenery and the green corridors, green and blue networks on the table. They're constantly present in our mind. Mazuseki's plans from Prata, for instance, but exceptionally in mediatic realm since the Highline project in New York City, although you exemplified how these can be not floating over the city, but actually in the ground. And also the Athens Charter already addressed the idea of greenery in a very strong way. But I sincerely hope that in a couple of years we'll not be celebrating a new European Athens Charters for the future. So, but the questions are actually two or three. So one would be with the beginning of your communication. You mentioned the melting pot of cultures of cities like Port in human terms. And so the question is how to incorporate this dimension, this human dimension, and this human strategy in the design. So if we look at the Florence Convention, the European Convention of Landscape, Article number 1 says, landscape means an area as it is perceived by people. So I'd like to ask you, in terms of design, how do we actually incorporate this vision of the people in the designs? The second / third aspect I'd like to ask you about focuses on the idea of networks. You talk about green networks, blue networks. We're also in a network. So the question is, how do we talk to people? Who do we actually talk to? Who are our interlocutors? So how do we actually collaborate, or to use the fashion term, how do we co-design? And from here, I move to the third focus, which is touching the end of your communication, when you explicitly talk about the need for
for informal, spontaneous areas for habitats for species and insects, etc., and finish with this idea of the guerrilla garden and the political stance for biodiversity that you with. And so my question is landscape architecture a form of activism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand. So the first question, how to incorporate the vision of people who design? Well, it's obvious. We are the designers. We are the designers. It's a human thing. We don't know. Although we might see again some species actions which suggest us that design is there as well. The bees, the ants, all sorts of animals. Those birds, the birds make these fantastic nests. I think mainly the human action is design. So it's inseparable. It's something you cannot separate. So it's always there. It doesn't matter the style. It can be super naturalistic or super formal. It's always there. So we are the designers. But I think what you wanted to know is much more. How can we engage people in the design process? How can we bring, the population who might use the parks or the gardens, the green networks? How can we bring them together with the planners and the designers? And that's a social thing. It's something how we can actually do participatory design. So it's something we're still far from that. Although we acknowledge the existence of those practices, we acknowledge the existence of those strategies. In Northern Europe, they've been using them for a long time. For 30 years, they've been engaged in sorts of engagement of the communities of the northern use. They have very, developed practices of bringing them in order to produce a feasible answer. It's not, we're not though designing in multiple hands, but the information, how people integrate information, how they actually are heard, and their ideas are articulated. It's a challenge for the southern countries, and we need to move much more than far from being in that situation. So in that sense, I'm still a very traditional designer. So there's nothing new in what I do in terms of that area. So it's a problem. I think it's a problem. It's old-fashioned. So I think we need to go further. We need to be much more democratic. This is easy to say, but it's very difficult. It's deep in our culture. This tendency of this high level, this distance between the designer and the common man, and the common person, which we need to narrow that gap. So I think it's an effort we will have to make. Although the design as itself, it doesn't matter the style, it's completely human-centered, and it's a strategy, as I told you, to ease and mitigate the natural conflict we establish between ourselves and the other elements of the existence. We cut trees, we kill animals, we kill each other, and I think design is a way of making a better strategy. And of course, there are different styles of design, and some of them are much more efficient than others, according to that. In what regards to networks, how do we talk to people about network and how we engage them in design? This is difficult, although politicians like the talk. Politicians are very motivated. We are politicians. They're not different species. All ourselves now, society regards these as an opportunity to narratives, an opportunity for political discourse, an opportunity to propose the voters a possible better life and win elections. So I think some of the politicians are very much engaged with that. They're seriously engaged. Others are just using the term. So this is a channel. The other channel, which is more difficult again, is how can the communities, all of us, be again engaged in the process. And I think the process is politics. The process we have to do. We have to engage ourselves political parties, movements participate. We have to make a pressure. We have to lobby. We have to make a pressure on the system to have access to this right to have a healthy life, the right to have a clean air, have clean water, to have a good microclimate, to have biodiversity, to have beautiful things around us, to have access to cultivation. So what is this politics? Again, there is nothing new on the face of the earth. So we want land, we want public land, we want to have access to that land. So I think this co-design is a new term, fashionable term. I think it will introduce again, put on the agenda the urge to actually achieve those levels. And it links to the third question, which is if I think landscape architecture is a sort of it is a political commitment. It is an ideology. I tell my students when I start my classes that, look, I am going to talk and you're going to listen to an ideological narrative. So be aware that I am an ideological person. I am a political person. And you may disagree, but I am very much convinced of my ideas. Of course, I try to explain them. I try to accompany these ideas with a scientific narrative, a scientific demonstration, or how do I say, a more universal demonstration. But in the end, I am a political person, and I'm ideological. And I think landscape architecture is a bit like that. Sometimes it's a bit irritating as well because of it. Because we think we are a bit like saviors, okay? Sort of the greenery. Green is very stimulating because plants are very generous. Plants are the ones who allow life on Earth. So the other is, so when you work with plants, you start to you feel yourself on the right side. So it's a bit difficult, and I think it happens with other disciplines, health disciplines, maybe architecture as well. By making human dwelling, it's a great thing that is given to society. So yes, I think, and of course, I've been like that since I'm very young, but now I start to see the movements gaining a more strong power in our societies, and I think it's difficult because we deal with living things, and our living things perish, they die, they are not easy to implement. It's not like a built structure. They die. They don't show themselves nice in the first year. It's like creating babies, being with babies all the time. And they just become adolescents when they get 20 years old. So it still needs some sort of like commitment and practice and endurance and resilience to carry our lives without giving up. So I think also it's my explanation for this strong commitment some of us have, these passion some of us show in their work. So I hope I answered your questions.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Carlos. I think we're running a bit out of time, so I'm just going to ask the rest of the students who have questions, so we can actually manage a bit our time. Can you show me in hands or something so I can see? Zoe has a question, and then who else? Juan has a question. And then? Anybody else? I'm not able to see. Excuse me? Those two. So, Juan, you may begin with your question.
First of all, thanks, Professor Carina, for your presentation. It's extremely interesting. And so my question is a bit about, you talk about this green and blue network inside of the city, and how it needs to like connect the city and the built environment with this green area support. So my question is, all of these is like an effort that's being created like inside of a built city already. So my question is leaning towards like, how is the importance, or which is the importance of actually taking all of these into account when creating a new city, and when like we need to kind of acknowledge that cities keep growing, and we kind of cannot stop that. So how should we face the integration of greenery inside the cities? And for example, in Porto, you have all these fields and crops. We have the same in Valencia, like the borders of the city are filled with crops and fields. So how to integrate these areas inside of the city when we cannot stop it from growing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, one way is actually the first slide I showed you, we need to identify which are the most important areas we need to select. Cities need to grow, we need to live in cities, so we need to select those very fine areas. The first fine areas we need to select are where water flows, the streams and the rivers, and or where situations where construction is difficult, like rock outcrops or swamp areas, or again in man-made areas like some relics of the agricultural practice, gardens and parks which already exist, some of them in private hands, and we need then to bring all these things into this network and then link them, then identify these links. Some of the links can be achieved by streets with trees, and now streets with trees and a modern drainage, where the drainage goes goes in the open air like a stream and enriches the trees and enriches wildlife and creates opportunities for a better microclimate in bigger streets. Or you create gardens or squares, paved squares with trees. What is behind this idea of a network is connectivity. You need, like life, you cannot cut your veins. You need to allow the flows to connect with each other, the flows of life. Again, this is easy to talk about, but it's very difficult in the city because there is a lot of big people fight for space. Interests are very strong in the city. So it's again a fight to find space. Space is what we need. So when we have cities well planned, spaces with big avenues, with big plazas, with gardens and parks already made by our ancestors, we have more opportunities. If we don't, we have to push them and be propagate. In some cases of our highly densely occupied Mediterranean cities, we need to use climbers, we need to use punctuating trees, we need to use all sorts of these artifacts, very much related with the construction, so we can actually enable these greenery nearby us. Again, it's nothing new. If you go to cities in Southern Europe, some Italian cities, some Spanish cities, these things already occurred. Now they need to be made much more public, focused in the public interest and the public use. Okay, so we have to have each city have its own characteristics. So there is not a recipe for that. But the idea is try to find what is most important is natural systems that cannot be stopped, like the streams, like the rivers, like the rock outcrops, and go to the human man-made things, which are also structural, and then build from that. Try to link them with fine small spaces or bigger spaces according to the opportunity you have for space. In any city you work with. But the idea is that. And always acknowledge the functioning of the natural systems. With that, we'll overcome floods, we'll overcome some problems that may derive from landslides, erosion, things like that. Like in the old days, but now being that with technology, architecture. So we have a great benefit of technology. This technology will help us. But it's again a decision, it's a political decision. Technology will help us, or it can enslave us. Technology is not a good in itself. It has always to be appropriate and critical. It's not just an answer. It's a way, a good way. But there is always ideology behind it. So I hope
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Zoe, would you like to say your input or your question?
Yes, I think part of my question has just
just answer, but I will say that generally. My question was about what happens with the congested environment. Let's talk, for instance, refer to the paradigm of the congested environment such as Athens, where the waterscape, namely the rivers and the streams, has been buried and they flow out of the city. So is there any chance to implement the methods you presented to us, or we just go to alternatives, or maybe another totally different research work has to be made for such cities? Thank you.
Thank you. As I understood, we have the same problem. We are not from Athens. So what I showed you is the process. For instance, in our streams, most of our urban streams are completely built over, so you don't see them. Now we are making stretches of those streets. You have to rehabilitate them. But it's still a small, tiny fraction of all the streets. In one of the parks I showed you, university, actually is where the stream is running in the open air. And this now is influencing the surrounding urban environment, so more open air streams can be regained. They have been in the open air in the past, they were covered by streets, buildings, all sorts of things. Now we have to cut them. And the politics is now being alongside with these ideas. Why? Because they realize they can minimize flows, they can have a better narrative, they can stimulate the voters and have a better life. And actually, those are the channels where it's more favorable. The installation of parks because of the water flow and all the opportunity you have for life. So but what we have to do, we have to again make a pressure on society, and this is a slow thing. So in Athens, that's what you will have them as well. In Athens, you have all these situations. Of probably streets that have been built over, and you have to bit by bit putting them in. And the moment you do that in one stretch, a completely new lifestyle starts, and the population starts to be engaged and wants more and more. It's a long process. All these ideas I'm showing you, I learned them in school 40 years ago. So there's nothing new in them. Nothing. All these main ideas, they were not called connectivity or green networks. They were called the continuum naturale. But they were absolutely the same. So it goes on and on and on. Of course, with a new format, probably with a new style, style design or design style. But what we have to do, I'm sure what you see in Porto is in a process. In Athens, probably you also have examples in a process. And this congested environment needs to open. It won't need to open like the northern cities, because we have compact cities. We live like that. We like to live like that. We just need to accommodate a little bit more space. Maybe we don't need big parks. Maybe we just need small garden parks, proximity parks, water flows going about, streets with trees, small plazas covered with trees, in our way, because we are in a different area of the globe. And we have to adapt this style to our culture and to our ecology. I think we'll manage. But it's not easy. It requires humilitation. You have to humiliate to make yourself. And I'm sure you have. Maybe 10 years time, maybe you'll be working in one of these type of projects.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor and Zoe. I think we have a good 5 minutes for the rest of the session, so I will move on to Jana and her questions and insights on the lecture. Jana, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'll be really quick. So thank you, Professor Farina, for a very lively and inspiring lecture. What I'm interested in is the relationship of the man-made versus the natural in your landscape designs.
So would you say you actually primarily design the man-made, or do you design the natural too? Or maybe it's better to ask, can the natural be designed at all? Or do we just kind of design the framework for the natural, have a left? So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, as a landscape architect, I design in a null context. I don't design first the man-made and then the natural. It doesn't exist for me. I don't even believe that way of approach. So I reject that way of approach. So that's why I think this discipline has a different proposal. Different proposal is when you design these outdoor spaces, you design them as a complete unit, as an harmonious form. So the natural and the man-made, they combine along with the need to combine. There is not this first one thing and then the other. Of course, then in a project, as you might know, we separate things to optimize certain solutions. It's not rigid that way. But the conception, the idea, what drives the concept is an integrative approach. You have to think of that as a body, not as, okay, this is for the construction, this is for the nature. It doesn't exist. And as I told you, I reject that. I don't believe in that. And that, I think that's a problem of the southern countries. Southern countries have been deprived from it. One thing is the building, the other thing is the nature. We know we are not trees, and we live in houses, in buildings, of course. But we, to achieve a certain level of integration and well-being, as you see in the millennial gardens made for ages and ages, where the constructed environment and the living and the planted environment are composed as a unified landscape. And so that's where I stand. That's what I do. And I think you have great advantage, not just because we have great advantages to think it as a system, as a body, systematic integrity. That's what I do and what I believe. Thank you.
Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. And thank you, Professor Farinha Marquez, for inspiring us on how to blend human use and biodiversity under design. It's been a great lecture and a great session.
And thank you for your energy also. Very inspiring.
So we're moving on to our last discussion. And the last session, I would like to welcome Anaïs Leger-Smith. Anaïs Leger-Smith is a landscape engineer working as a lecturer and researcher at the Toulouse School of Architecture. She has a master's in landscape planning and engineering from Agro Campus in Angers, where she also undertook her PhD in urban design and planning. She also holds a master's in urban design from École d'Urbanisme de Paris. She is a permanent editor for the article section of the Journal of Landscape Architecture, JOLA, and an executive member of the European Council of Landscape Architecture School. Today her talk is on urban forms, vegetation typomorphologies and the biodiversity in 5 different residential urban models and epochs in the city of Toulouse. Anaïs, thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me well. I just wanted to start just to say a few words on how excited actually I am to speak at this new Bauhaus Goes South Network conference, particularly on landscape design today, obviously. But I think it's really exciting to have this network of southern schools of architecture, particularly when everything is closing up in Europe and in different political contexts. So I think it's really, really nice to open up to this southern network. We have a lot of things to share. I really enjoyed the words of introduction. The president of Greece mentioned a common southern environment and landscape, a special relationship to heritage and the cultural dimension. The dean of the School of Architecture in Athens talked about rethinking urbanity and the life between buildings, and the dean of Faculty of Architecture in Porto mentioned harmony from the house to the landscape. So I think our work at the School of Architecture of Toulouse is very much in line with all these ideas. So I'm going to present today an ongoing research that we are conducting at the School of Architecture in Toulouse. I'm, as I was introduced, a landscape engineer. I'm a lecturer as well at the School of Architecture. And the work I'm presenting is obviously a large team, conducted by a large team. And the title is Urban Forms, Vegetation, Typomorphologies, and Biodiversity in 5 different residential urban forms and epochs in the city of Toulouse. So, the question, the overall question, is actually posed by a wider national program that is led from Paris by the School of Construction and Architecture here. And it's looking at density, urban forms, and biodiversity. So we have 6 different teams working in 6 different universities in France on these subjects for a year already. And basically the main question is to understand how to reconcile densification and biodiversity in cities. So just before entering into the research project, I just wanted to give you some references here. So these are different books in French and in English about the relationship between biodiversity and urban design. They are of different sorts. You have some philosophers, you have some designers. Here's 2 books looking at the bird-friendly city and how do we design cities for birds. Here is about the larger scale territorial ecologies. These books here are about designing the city with trees. Here is a book that was really recently published about urban design and biodiversity in France. This is about spontaneous flora in cities. This is a design and architectural design agency, Chartier d'Alix, looking at biodiversity and architecture. And then here is more of a kind of integrative landscape approach and understanding all of the coexistence of all of these layers. So, how do we approach this question in this research project? The basic hypothesis that we departed from is understanding the joint evolution between urban form and vegetation layers and the way they create conditions for biodiversity in cities. So we want to establish a typology of urban architectural vegetation continuum forms in 5 different types of residential fabric through a landscape approach. So I'm going to obviously develop about all that. And we want to understand the characteristics of these 5 urban forms and their capacities to accommodate urban biodiversity. And we're particularly looking at that from the avifauna approach, which are the birds. Here you can see the team that is working on this project. So it's led by the School of Architecture in Toulouse, but we have someone from the School of Landscape in Versailles, in Paris. We have the Town Planning Agency in Toulouse. We have the Natural History Museum of Toulouse, and we have a private consultant in ecology and environment. And then we have partners. So the City of Toulouse. We have the Office for Biodiversity. We have one of the Urban Geography Department of the University of Toulouse. We have a Town Planning Agency at a larger regional scale. And then we have a landscape design studio. So these are our institutional partners. So how did we pick the 5 sites within the larger scale Toulouse Park system? So here you have a document that was published in 2019, and it's an urban planning document showing the park system. And so here you can see the sites that we picked, and we obviously picked them very carefully in relationship to this park system. Particularly because we were also working from the prism of avifauna and birds and vegetation. We also used a tool that is currently being developed by the Urban Planning Agency of Toulouse, looking at ecological potential in the city of Toulouse. So you can see our 5 sites here and their relationship to the park system and to the ecological potential areas. And now I'm going to present you in detail each of the sites. So the idea behind these 5 sites is to understand a joint evolution between nature and city throughout history. So the first urban fabric that we we're studying is what we call in French faubourg, which is a historical dense urban fabric from the 19th century, and it's really close to the city center. The very dense city center of Toulouse is there. The second urban fabric that we're looking at is a participatory self-built garden city built in the 50s by its inhabitants. And we then have a third urban fabric, which is what we call in French grand ensemble, a high-density tower block from the 60s. We have a suburban neighborhood fabric from the 70s, which used to be lots of agricultural fields. You can see a little bit of the shape here. And then we have an ecological neighborhood that was built in 2000 in one go, basically, in one design. Here is about the methodology and the schedule that we are following. So we're looking at the historical aspects, trying to understand an epistemology of the relationship between nature and city in the different urban models that we are studying. We are then trying to describe very precisely the urban forms as an urban architectural vegetation continuum, and I'm going to develop on that, based on field surveys, but also different design tools that we are exploring. We also have an ornithological diversity aspect, which is the avifauna, the birds that I was talking about. And we have a private consultant looking at diversity and behavior in relationship with the forms that we are studying. And finally, one aspect of this project is that we are conducting a transdisciplinary co-research approach. We have lots of different disciplines, and we have, as you can see on the schedule here, we have lots of different workshop events throughout the whole project to exchange with local stakeholders and people working for the session tools. So we are halfway through here. So what I'm presenting to you today is more the approach, the research question, first hypothesis, and first results. So yeah, let me just remind you the objectives. We want to characterize the interactions between urban forms, vegetation layers, architectural forms, and avifauna, the birds. We want to establish a typology of forms in each of the urban fabric that we are studying and that are beneficial for biodiversity. And we also want to understand the living experience in these forms. So the method that I'm going to present you now is first the historical aspect, then I'll show you the field surveys and the mapping of the sites, the botanical survey, the more detailed section elevation and 3D, and then I'll develop shortly on a shared representation tool. But first of all, before showing all of that, these are the scales that we are looking at. So we are really crossing scales. We're departing from a larger metropolitan scales, as I introduced earlier. Then we are looking in each of our sites at the neighborhood scale to understand the context and the relationship with the context, and then we are mapping more in detail all the different habitats, ecosystems, and type of gardens in the neighborhood. This is our vegetation layer survey in section here, and then we are going into a more detailed scale at the private garden plot detail, 3D in plan, and then the last scale is really the kind of very detailed drawing showing the continuum between architecture and vegetation and avifauna and the living environment. So the first aspect is the historical aspect. What we want to understand here is the relation, the co-evolution and the development of architecture, vegetation, and urban forms throughout history. The first example here is the most mentioned urban fabric that we are looking at, right in the center of Toulouse. And you can see we have 3 different dates, and it's clearly obvious that the built layer developed a lot, and the garden surface decreased in time. If you look at this site here, which is the self-built garden city fabric, you can see a different type of evolution. It was built in the 50s, so obviously before the 50s, you have a simple agricultural field here, and then it was built in one go in 1 or 2 years. And then 50 years later, you can see the vegetation layer that really developed. So you can see 2 different dynamics that are obviously different in 2 different sites. Another aspect, and now I'm going to develop a bit more in detail about the urban forms that we are observing is to first have a first oversight of each of our sites, looking at the green infrastructure patterns of this urban fabric. So, for example, you can see here a green urban block system in a very dense urban fabric that we're looking at. In the green city model, we have this kind of mesh green infrastructure. This is the kind of high density block urban fabric with the green finger model and linked to the river that is just along. This is more of a mesh green infrastructure shape in the suburban model, and this is the eco neighborhood with the green finger model linking to the agricultural context and some really large green space that are left in the middle of the neighborhood. After having this first approach, we then mapped more in detail the type of gardens, public space, shared collective space of each of the neighborhood, and started to identify trees, shrubs, different type of vegetation cover in the neighborhood, and started to identify as well the biodiversity hotspots of the neighborhood. And then we went into a more detailed description of this urban fabric. So I just wanted to show you, we just out actually right now after a semester of field survey, and that involved going on site a lot to understand first the architectural and urban form, and then the vegetation forms, and in parallel to that, the ornithologists were going also on site to observe and listen birds. I just wanted to show you here the complexity of having access to these private plots and gardens. We had to ring, email, knock on the door, and really insist on some, contacting some of the private landlord, obviously, so that was kind of difficult part of accessing this private garden. So the first field survey in winter that we did was to actually make sure that the data that we had on the urban fabric was accurate. So we went on site to measure and make sure that all the dimensions were accurate. And then when we had this base survey, we moved on to the vegetation layer, and we departed from this hypothesis that obviously when we go inside, what we observe is a combination of different strata and layers of vegetation. You have a pre-existing layer, inherited vegetation, for example, sometimes from agricultural patterns, natural vegetation, a more designed planting palette, sometimes by landscape architect. You have the garden practice, and then you also have the spontaneous flora. So this is the field survey we conducted to understand all these different vegetation layers, and we described the organization of the vegetative forms in interaction with urban and architectural forms, understanding the distribution of masses, the relationship with architecture, the layers, the patterns, the network. And we looked at 4 different layers: the tree layer, 6 meters high or higher, the shrub layer between 1 and 6 meters high, the vegetable layer between 0 and 1 meter high, and then the ground cover and Anthens cover. Each time we went on site, we drew the canopies, and we also had the names of each of the plants in Latin. We also worked with the botanists from the National History Museum of Toulouse, who looked at spontaneous flora on each of the sites as an indicator of the nature of the soil, actually. So the quality of the soil can actually be guessed through this spontaneous flora, but also the gardening practice and how often people cut the grass, etc., management practices. And finally, the last approach of this vegetation layer was to work in section to understand the vertical patterns, the structural species, and the interaction, more detailed interaction with architecture, the transition space, the points of contacts, etc. So you can see here an extract. And in parallel to that, we had this private consultant working with ornithologists who looked at characterizing the hosting capacity of the studied forms for avifauna. So, like understanding how birds interact with these forms, basically. So you can see some of the qualitative illustration here. They didn't really have the time to actually produce any statistics or any quantitative result because it's just have just been on site. But you can see here some qualitative results, and you can see the birds that are nesting on some of the architectural part of the building. Birds are feeding on lawns. Here they're feeding on green roofs. They are nesting under solar panels or on balconies. And I forgot to say, sorry, that they came, the ornithologists came 3 times on site because they wanted to observe the winter group, the early nesters group, and the late nesters group. Here you can see some birds nesting under an architectural feature on the facade here. You can see ducks on the fountain. Some parkings were used as a nesting area. And then you can see birds enjoying, urban furniture or trees. So now I wanted to move on to the idea of representation as a shared tool between disciplines. The idea in this representation aspect is to cross the points of view through representation and have a transversal tool to support the survey as an analysis, but also crossover data. So here is an example that we got really inspired from is Agence Terre, which is a French design studio based in Paris, landscape architects, and they actually have an exhibition right now in Paris, and one of their really strong aspects is what they call the inhabited section. So what they do is they have sections like that where they represent all the layers of vegetation, the soil, of the insects, the animal, and I don't have it here, but they also represent the interaction with architecture and with people. So all this kind of ecosystemist vision, of this continuum between the living environment and architecture. So this is our first attempt. It's a draft version. Obviously, we are still working on it, but we have started to map, all the different vegetation layers that we have observed on site, according to their heights and their volume and according to contact with architecture. This is the first draft, and we need to work on soil, obviously, and show a bit more the nature of the soil. We need to work on the detail of architecture, and we obviously need to work on the relationship with the birds that we haven't shown yet here. And maybe a last aspect of the research, as I was explaining earlier, is that we conduct a co-research. So we invite stakeholders during different events to present them our methods and the way we approach different sites. And we also have local citizen charities or groups that feed us as well with their understanding of their neighborhood. And so you can see some illustration here of the last workshop we had. Actually, it was just last week. And I just wanted to share with you some of the ideas that came out from this workshop on some of the sites. So this is the most, the most dense urban fabric that we're looking at, really close to the center. It's a result of a subdivision of an estate in 1880. And we have, as an hypothesis, we have the idea that the older building materials and older vegetation patterns that we can observe in the site is an opportunity for biodiversity. So we have 2 forms that we observe in this urban fabric. What we call the bourgeois gardens, the bourgeois house here, with like a private individual garden, which is very ornamental with a lawn in the middle. And then we have another form, which is here collective housing from the 70s that was developed within this very old, dense urban fabric. And we can see a relationship between the trees and the building is very, very close with like strong points of contact. So what we have in this urban green blocks is a calm and cool area that is favorable for birds, and that creates eventually a refuge or a passage spot for birds. What we also look in this fabric is the inhabited expanse of this private garden that is very strong in relationship to nature. Another fabric is the self-built Garden City fabric. No, sorry, that's the high density block fabric. And what is very interesting about this fabric is that it's at the confluence between our main Garonne River and the Touche River here. And the result is that we have three vegetation layers here: the riparian layer that is linked to the river, an old and ancient castle park layer with very mature trees, very beautiful mature trees, and the collective housing scheme, planting scheme from the 60s. So all these vegetation layers coexist here, and create a very specific landscape. The other aspect is that the neighborhood is kind of stuck a little bit in the 60s style management strategy that kind of freezes the scheme a little bit. So they cut the grass a lot and maintain all the shrub layers very strongly, and that is not very favorable for biodiversity. And finally, as I said, it's very close to the main river of Toulouse, so there is a real refuge space here. There's a real reservoir of biodiversity that's very close by to the site. And the last fabric I wanted to show you is the ecological neighborhood, where we have a real landscape continuum. First of all, we looked at the historicity of the soil, because this neighborhood was built in 2000, so they dug and they moved the soil to like have compounds and change lots of things in one go, basically. But some of the soil, for example, here, the main garden, hasn't been touched at all. So it's the original soil from the agricultural activity that was pre-existing on the site. So that's interesting to understand the historicity of the soil. The other thing here is the coexistence between the large-scale urban design of the urban designer of the whole neighborhood, and each of the blocks that are designed by individual landscape architects. So you have a coexistence of planting palettes, sometimes signature planting palettes as well. And then a very wide diversity of gardening practice and management. And two less managed open areas, a rain garden here and an urban wood here, that are really rich for me. So what next? We are halfway through. We have lots of descriptive criteria for each aspect, history, architecture, vegetation, etc. We want to cross-reference this criteria, and we want to have an ecosystemic understanding of urban fabrics that we're studying, understand the capacity to attract biodiversity, and mainly we want to illustrate typologies of forms. I wanted to conclude my presentation with this idea of a landscape as an integrated continuum between architecture, what we call milieu in French, vegetation, and the living environment. In this research project, we want to demonstrate an ability for a landscape approach to examine this interface with regard to biodiversity. And we are really excited to develop this shared landscape representation to explore, like transition between architecture and vegetation, to explore a relationship between something that we inherit and the emergence of contemporary shapes. We also want to understand this inhabited experience and read urban forms as a systemic figure. So we hope that this landscape approach can be a way to translate an aesthetical and sensory continuum between architecture and milieu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anais, for this insightful presentation. You really went us through the green infrastructure towards the scale of the neighborhood and all the fabrics in between. It was quite interesting. Thank you. And now we should go on to our students and their questions. Carlos, you can begin if you have any comments and questions.
Which I think you do.
Which we think you do, yes.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Anais, for your inspiring presentation, for bringing two aspects that are very interesting. So on the one hand, the different scales of these green infrastructure is almost like an SML Excel of different forms of mixity, applied not to social issues, but to natural and to green infrastructure aspects.
And the second one to putting this emphasis on birds. Because actually, I remember a couple of years ago, I was extremely surprised to discover the devastating impact of curtain wall buildings, fully glazed buildings on the death of birds, and the need of developing bird protection glasses with UV reflective coatings that are visible to birds, but transparent to the human eye. So we tend to neglect the fact that we are not the only ones suffering from the effects of our architecture. And I have two very quick questions. The first one is related to the high density example and the choice of Ensuite as the grand ensemble that was chosen for this example. I've been passionate for a long time for Toulouse Le Mirail, and so my question would be, would Rainerie be an example that could have been used for this research, or that condition is completely different, so it's not suitable for this kind of questions? And then it would be, how could we retrofit this case of the East States, but that's probably an issue that will be discussed on subsequent events on housing. The second question, and a very, very quick one, is we saw that the research aims to understand this reality, so read these places, illustrate them, so a way of representation of writing these places. My question is, how could we move them to field work? Which could be the outputs, which could be the results when we move to action? And this is, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. So the first question about Rainerie. I think Rainerie could be a good example for studying what we are studying, because it's part of the same territorial unit that is along the Garonne River, which we call la Terrasse de la Garonne, which is the Garonne Terrace. And it's the first geological formation above the Garonne. And basically, you have common points between Ensuite and La Rainerie, which is basically a pre-existing castle park here, with pre-existing very mature trees that were part of this park. And then you have this superimposition of a scheme that was designed, and built in the 60s. So this coexistence of these two layers, plus the proximity to the Garonne River and its riparian and very rich, natural environment, creates something very unique, as an opportunity for birds, like birds, but also this continuum between architecture and the vegetation. So I think that it could be very, very interesting to actually work on Rainerie too. And the second question is, how do we move into action? So the thing is, we're still halfway through the research, so we still like head full on into the field work and like figuring out all the data and gathering everything, cross referencing. So it's still really into the research field, but one of the main objectives of the research is to have a very strong link, particularly to the city of Toulouse, but also at the national level with a wider national research program. But with the city of Toulouse, what we really intend to have an impact on people who actually take decisions, and who think about these green corridors, and we not only talk about people who are in power at the city of Toulouse, but also developers, and private developers, people who actually privately fund urban design, like housing and things. So these people are also very important, in all the decision-making process. And all these workshops that we are conducting are aims at actually influencing, their point of view, their decision. And so we are hoping that through these workshops we can have a disseminating influence on the acquisition.
Thank you, Anais, and thank you, Carlos. So before we move on to Federica and the rest of the students, Professor Faria would like to weigh in. So the floor is yours. You can go on with a question or remark.
Thank you. My question, thank you for your presentation. I'm very much interested in that. Years ago, I was also engaged in this type of research in urban biodiversity, which is very exciting. And I'm also very interested in the way you address those landscape spaces associated with the different layers of the city, different periods of the city, particularly the modern periods, which also very inspiring. And there's a lot of information still needs to be revealed about that. And my question is, first, why you, I kind of know these sort of answers, I have my opinion on that, but why you choose the birds as biodiversity indicators, which is pretty obvious, but I would like to hear from you. And the second one, have you found any tendency so far for these articulation of the vegetation layers with diversity of birds, or numbers of species present? I think it's important. I'm sorry, I was disconnected, so I didn't hear part of your intervention. I was so irritated, but anyway, that's it. But so far, I think I got the entire message. Thank you.
Okay, so I knew that I would have the question on why birds. It's quite obvious, and so when you have your head full onto the research like that, 1 year on, and actually yesterday or the day before I was like, I'm sure they're gonna ask me that, and I have to prepare something for that. And I actually rang my ecologist yesterday, and I was like, why birds, please? Can we just brainstorm again? And so I gathered all the answers, but sometimes you have to remind yourself, why did you actually go into this direction, and why not, and blah, blah, blah. So why birds? We were, at the beginning when we started the research, we wanted to work on the relationship between architecture and vegetation. That was obvious to us because it's obviously landscape architecture, landscape outdoors is mainly composed with vegetation, so that was clear with the urban form, the architectural form, and the vegetation forms. And then we asked ourselves, we want to make a link with the living environment from the animal point of view. And so we thought, which kind of model should we pick? We have different choices. We could go for bats, we could go for insects, we could go for birds, we could go for all things. And basically, birds was actually the model that had the most interaction with the vegetation layers that we wanted to study. So that was one of the first, arguments to have this strong resonance between architecture, vegetation, and birds. The second argument is actually that birds interact a lot with architecture at different levels, so the roof, the facade, the balcony, all the dimensions of the architecture. And so we thought that was also very interesting. Then obviously the porosity, the permeability, the mobility of birds throughout the city, and the fact that they can move very easily from one block to another, and through urban parks, through park systems. And we also wanted to make sense of our research in relationship with this park system. So the bird model is very interesting because, in the second part of the research that we are about to start now, we are going to look at this park system as a reservoir of birds. So if we get a site that is very close to a big open space or big park, do we have more birds than in another site where we are a bit further? So we want to understand this interaction between the park system and the forms, the urban fabric that we're studying. And obviously birds were quite interesting from this point of view. And maybe the last argument, and we really measured it when we were on site, is that people like birds a lot. There is a real motivation for birds, interest, and it's incredible how people know, the names of the birds, they know the songs, they know lots of things. They are really open doors, when you talk about birds, and so that was a real door opener for us as well in our research. And the second question about first results on tendencies and where birds are more present, and so I have to say we don't really have yet these results because these are really the target of the research, but maybe one first part of the result could be to say the maturity of the vegetation. We really noticed that in our really ancient urban fabric, and where we had the very ancient vegetation layer, like with mature trees, we had obviously lots of nests. We had birds community, actually nesting and living there rather than just crossing over and just resting on the branch or feeding. The nesting behavior is really important, to understand if actually birds stay there or if they just cross your urban fabric. So the maturity of the vegetation, and then the fact that it's not only one tree in the middle of a lawn, but it's actually different strata. So you've got one mature tree and then shrubs around, and then spontaneous flora and lawns and meadows that are not, trimmed, constantly trimmed, because this spontaneous flora, this herbaceous strata, is very important for birds to feed, and it's a whole ecosystem that goes there. You need insects birds can feed on, and to have insects you need to have rich soil that are mature, that have aged, that have been nourished by litter, etc., etc. So it's a whole continuum in history and in space. And continuities, obviously. Obviously, the fact that if you are really close to, for example, our main river in Toulouse, the River Garonne, obviously you will have biodiversity, wilderness that is just around the corner of your neighborhood. So you get birds that feed and nest there that will come into your neighborhood as well. So the proximity with a large open space enrich obviously the bird counting and observations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer and lovely interaction, actually, with interesting questions. Frederica, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you both, Professor, for the lectures. I was thinking to Mark book, The Culture of the City, in the first chapter when he's speaking about the relationship between countryside and city in the medieval time, when one depends on the other. And I was thinking now the problem that the car and the street are doing in our cities, and because I think the street cuts the relationship between the nature and the city, and I was thinking how you solve the problem of car that destroy this relationship that you are creating between nature, animal, and city. In which way you can, because now we know that pollution always work to all the infrastructure dedicated to the cars, and always this is so important for city politics, but I was thinking about how to solve it. Thank you.
Yeah. So as I understand your question, you're asking about maybe the negative externalities of road layer in relationship to our research and the way we picked our sites and how we study birds. It's clear that sound, pollution, light is detrimental to birds, and so if you have all of this, they won't come to the area that that you're studying. So that was one of our condition in picking the sites that we studied. We wanted to be far from any kind of road infrastructures or any airports, by the way, because airports, create all these negative externalities as well. So we made sure that we were far from all of these infrastructures, and we also studied urban blocks, so blocks that are delimited by wider road system, but inside the block you have smaller road systems that are less detrimental, So we kind of prevented ourselves a little bit from these strong externalities from the road. That answers the question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Great. Jana, would you like to go?
Yes, of course. Hi, so thank you very much for the lecture, Alice. The research project seems thought through very well. It's really interesting to listen to. A few times during the lecture, you mentioned the term urban architectural vegetation continuum. I find it very interesting, and I think it could be sort of a common denominator between all the lectures today. So blurring the lines, so to speak, between the urban and the natural, and looking at our cities as living organisms or living ecosystems. Do you feel this perspective is present enough in architectural education in Europe today? So would you say it is still considered an avant-garde idea, or has it already become the mainstream, this approach?
Thank you for your question. The continuum idea that we developed in this presentation is just an hypothesis to us, but we're starting to test it in a way. And it's very much the idea, as I was mentioning, that we have all of these different scientific criteria. And by the way, I didn't say, but this overall research program is led by professors in ecology in Paris. So the question, the starting question is very much a scientific kind of almost landscape ecology question. But they were very interested to fund this project at the School of Architecture in Toulouse because they thought, and it's true, that the approach from this architectural point of view about this landscape, biodiversity, nature and city question was going to be treated, drawn and understood in a specific way by architects. And so I think it's very true actually. We have all these different scientific criteria, and we could go into quantitativist, counting numbers, measuring, etc. But I think what we really want to emphasize in this research is this kind of aesthetical, sensory relationship between biodiversity, between different species in urban design, and the shapes of architecture. And so I think architects are able to actually develop a very special approach on this question because of the power of their design, their design tools and the representation of the different layer, the detail of architecture in relationship to the vegetation. I think that there is something new to found there in terms of thinking this question of nature and city. Showing a very detailed approach and representation and drawings is very powerful, to people that are in power, basically. So if we can go into this detail and also to talk to all the disciplines, to talk to architects, to talk to landscape architects, and to have this kind of integrated vision. So I think there is something to find there. And you also questioned the pedagogy, and I think this is really important. Like this research program has got lots of impact on the pedagogy at our school. We develop a design studio, theory, essay, writing, research on this question, and it's kind of buzzing a bit. It's starting like architects, students are starting to have an interest in it. Some of them want even to specialize on this question. I think that's really rich, you know, and there is a real, it echoes with the pedagogy.
Thank you. Next is Marlene and then Zoe. Marlene?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you can go on.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you to Professor Leisha Smith, who your presentation is really interesting. All the methodology that you provided is very give us the benefit to research or to understand further about the variability into the urban form. And regarding to this, I would like, actually my question is similar to Professor Farina, which about the amount of the species, like the bird in the site. So I would like to know if the methodology includes the observation of the data of the history data of the species of the bird in the site correspond to the urban and architectural evolution. What are the interaction between those? Is it included in the methodology, or if it includes, so what is your define? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so I see what you mean. I think that we don't plan to have to compare our counting to date to like previous counting in the past. So we won't have this kind of comparison in time in terms of number of bird species or number of bird species. Saying that we have this historical approach of understanding the evolution of the urban fabric, the urban shapes, the vegetation layers. So we have an understanding of the historicity of the site, but not from the bird counting point of view. I don't know if you see what I mean. So I mean, from this point of view, we had answers from people who have been living in their house for 10, 20 years, and you can clearly say that with the development of the city, tourism is really booming. It has got 10 to 15,000 more people going to live there every year. So it's developing a lot. We are building a lot of additional neighborhoods and infrastructures and things like that in the city. And so people told us clearly that with this kind of urban development, they can see less and less birds in terms of the number of birds, but also in terms of species that were present before and that are not there anymore. But that's only a qualitative observation that we have. We didn't really count, at different time the number of birds. So it's going to be just a qualitative observation from the people that we are talking to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anais. And last student to speak in this session is Zoe Jonido. Do you have any contributions on the discussion?
Thank you, Anais, for the beautiful presentation. Actually, most of my questions were covered, but I was thinking, I mean, when talking about biodiversity, if someone doesn't have the background, at first thinks that it's a non-human centered approach, but actually it's the opposite, because through biodiversity and incorporating this into the design, actually we are trying to find ways how all species coexist. And so my question is, if you think that through this specific research, maybe or probably some specific instruction will derive that we help architects to shape better the architectural forms. So the part of your research that is actually the smallest scale that you maybe look things on it.
Yeah, I think I've got two examples in mind. In terms of the architectural design, there's this this agence that I mentioned earlier, Chartier d'Alix, that works in Paris, and they just published a book. But they are very, very interesting examples of architectural designs where they actually think carefully of the walls of their building, or the roofs, and how they can host biodiversity. They can host insects, birds, nesting, small mammals, or like spontaneous flora, and they create pockets and gaps where all these living species can implant, really. So that's more the architectural side of it. And I think, yes, architects can shape their building in order to host in a better way this biodiversity layer. From the larger scale point of view, one or two arguments that are starting to take shape from our research is how to change management techniques and regimes. People cut the grass constantly. They don't accept, wild environment. So this is really a step, to go towards to have like wilder environment, more spontaneous flora. And another maybe direction for think about would be how do you develop new neighborhoods and make sure that you keep untouched pockets for biodiversity, like rainwaters, or like woods, like wooded areas where people actually maybe don't have access, but that are pockets for butterflies, birds, mammals, etc., etc.
Thank you, Zoe, and thank you, Anais, for the interaction. I think we're running out of time, and it's time for us to do some closing remarks. And thank you, everybody, for your time and commitment today. It's been a real pleasure. All three sessions were great. And we have with us Professor Lava, who will make some closing remarks on today's session.
All of us, actually. Thank you all very much, the students, all our invited speakers. I think it was such a refreshing session. It really sets the agenda in many ways. And I would like the agenda for the future, and this is what the new European Bauhaus actually really aims to set the agenda for the future, to see what needs to be done, how can we do this, aiming at 2050 to a better environment, to better cities, to a better life, As we said, it's beauty, sustainability, and togetherness. That's what we're looking for. So a couple of notes, not too much, whatever I could really grasp and remember at this point. Very important, this new growing awareness that there are other forms of life. It's not just us. I mean, this anthropocentric, maybe spirit of architecture of the last century maybe gives its place to every living form, be it in the city or in the landscape or I don't know where else. This will to stick together, as Professor Farinha said, to make noise, to be responsible citizens. It's I think crucial at this turn, at this tradition. It's very important. So it's a new format of being political, actually. In Greek, where this was born, where democracy was born, politics is really about being political. Is really about being a citizen, a responsible citizen. Which, on that note, sets also a new tone to our pedagogics, not only in a sense of creating responsible citizens through the education in our schools, but also a shift in pedagogy, in architecture per se is needed to shift, to the landscape, to the new needs, to what has to be done to preserve our environments and our habitats. The merging of human and nature-made, of the living and the dead organisms. This was an excellent point, I think, made by Professor Farinha. This is really what it is. It's not anymore either or. I mean, this is the way to go, I feel. And I also liked the way you articulated it, Professor Farinha, it's something we know, but you articulate in a very nice way, saying designing is really the human act. It's true. And a last remark from me, and I'll move on to our two wonderful moderators and collaborators in this. That natural, I mean, we used to say, you know, back in the 80s, when I was studying in the 80s and in the 90s, I remember my teacher, John Haydock, who would say, you know, the built and the unbuilt, they are equal. It doesn't matter. It's not just the built. What we can say today is that the natural and the fabricated are equal terms in the equation of designing. Okay, I'll give the floor to Elena and to Marianthe for more remarks.
Thank you. It's hard to add something. It was a really nice sum up. I think I would like to comment on the importance of biodiversity, which is something that I'm actually now getting familiar with, which is, I don't know about the rest of you, but it was really useful for me, and I learned so many things about biodiversity today. And I would like to comment on something that I'm reading right now. It's one of my interests this time, about urban transitions and how we can transition to sustainability. And we will come to a point that we will have to depend on only our local resources. And that is also something key with the human relationship to the biodiversity and how crucial it's going to be for our survival. And yeah, and how also I would like to comment, aside from that, how many layers play a role in our ecosystem. And sometimes we forget that. And also one image that sticks to my head right now is the image of the Athens from above, as Professor Babalou showed also with the Philopappou, which is something that for all of us is very familiar. We are aware of how Athens look. And then I saw Porto, how it looks from above. We have a long way to go, I think. Athens has a long way to go. This relationship between nature and humans and the buildings, and we haven't even considered the birds. We have a long way to go, but that's why this is very, very useful. And Marianthe.
Yes, I agree with Elena in many points. I wanted to add, just we had the chance today to navigate through all those different scales of urban and landscape design, from Professor Babalou's exhibition to botanical gardens that Professor Farinha showed us, to green infrastructure that Anais showed us. So I'm very happy that we had this fruitful conversation with each other on so many scales of landscape and urban design. And I would like to thank you once more for your commitment and time today.
And also many great thanks to our sound engineer here, Dimitris Payoannou. You cannot see him, but he's with us the whole time, trying to save us from the glitches we have. Well, we are a public university. Sometimes we don't have the perfect infrastructure, but we have the will to be there and to discuss everything. So I hope you excuse us if we had some problems with our sound levels and everything else. And I really think it's a nice way to begin these 6 events. I am looking forward to the next one in Porto, and then the next one in Zagreb, and it goes on. Visit the website. The new Bauhaus goes south, and you get all information and everything. And we will at some point have this link also on YouTube, you know, as of now actually, so you can revisit it if you like to tell your friends what happened, or if you like to see and revisit some of those lectures and the material presented, please be our guests. So we thank you very, very much, all of you. You were great. And we will say goodbye from Athens at this point.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. Bye.
Yeah, nice to meet you all.
Very nice.